Meeting of the city.
Councilmember Waller.
Present.
Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Kaladerovich.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Do we have any blue folder items for closed session?
None for closed session.
Okay, there's nobody in the audience. Is anyone online who'd like to make public communication on closed session items and non-agenda items?
I have no e-comments and no attendees on Zoom.
Okay, could you read off what we're going to be covering during the closed session today?
Yes, as authorized by the government code, as listed on the published agenda, the following items will be discussed in closed session. Item F1 is under the title Conference with Real Property Negotiator. The property is portions of the Redondo Beach Police Pier Substation and International Boardwalk Parking Structure, portions of APN numbers 7503-002-913 and 7505-033-905. Item F2 is under the title Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Potential Litigation. There are 2 potential cases. Item F3 is under the title Conference with Real Property Negotiator. The property is a portion of Vale Avenue, White Circle, public right-of-way adjacent to properties along the 3400 block of Johnson Avenue. Adjacent APNs 4151-007-023, 4151-007-022, 4151-007-043, 4151-007-042, 4151-007-045, 4151-007-041, 4151-007-040, 4151-007-039, 4151-007-038, and 4151-007-037. Item F4 is under the title Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation. The name of the case is Daniel Mendoza-Connor versus City of Redondo Beach et al. Case number 23-TRCV 00481. Items F5 and F6 are under the title Conference with Real Property Negotiator. For item F5, the properties are portions of the Redondo Beach Marina parking lot and Seaside Lagoon, portions of APN number 7503-029-900 and 7503-029-903, portions of Harbor Drive, Pacific Avenue, Catalina Avenue, Gertruda Avenue, Redondo Street, and Esplanade. For item F6, the property is portions of the Redondo Beach Marina parking lot, portions of APN number 7503-029-900 and 7503-029-903, portions of King Harbor Turn Basin and Hand Launch. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. City Manager Wojciechowski, who will be speaking to these items in closed session.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. For all items, myself, City Attorney Joy Ford, and Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park. For item F1, we will have Greg Kapovich, our Waterfront and Economic Development Director, along with Catherine Buck, our Waterfront and Economic Development Manager, and Mike Cook, our Information and Technology Director. For item F3, we will be joined by Public Works Director Andy Wingy and City Engineer Lauren Sablon. For item F4, we will have Diane Strickfadden, our Human Resources Director, as well as Joshua Dale, outside legal counsel on the case. For items F5 and F6, we will have Elizabeth House, our Community Services Director, and Greg Kapovich, our Waterfront and Economic Development Director.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to recess to closed session to discuss F1 through F6?
So moved. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for? Aye. Okay, motion carries unanimously. We will now retire to closed session. We'll be back on or about 6 o'clock to report out on any items from closed session and then to start the open session of the City Council. Thank you. Call, please.
Councilman Waller?
Present.
Councilmember Castle?
Here.
Councilmember Kalujevic? Here. Councilmember Obaji?
Here.
Councilmember Barrett?
Here.
And Mayor Light. Thank you.
Here. Okay, City Manager Witsansky, do we have any announcements from closed session?
None this evening, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I'll take a motion to adjourn to our regular meeting.
So moved. Second.
Okay, we have a motion to second. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I now call the regular council meeting to order. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller?
Present.
Councilmember Castle?
Here.
Councilmember Kalujevic?
Here.
Obaji?
Here.
Councilmember Barrett? Here. Mayor Light.
Here. If we have any veterans or active duty military in the audience, please stand to be recognized for your service at this time. Do we have anybody? Don't sit down yet. Now we all need to stand for the salute to the flag, and please remain standing for a moment of silence afterward. I'd like to call up Phoenix, who will lead us in the pledge. Phoenix, the floor is all yours.
Good evening. My name is Phoenix Martinez Whitaker. I am a fifth grader at Toledo Elementary School. My favorite subject in school is math. I love the beautiful parks and pier in Redondo Beach, and of course my wonderful school. Please put your hand over your heart and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And please remain standing for a moment of silent invocation. Okay, please be seated. Phoenix, you want to come up and get some pictures with us? You did a very good job. Thank you. Sure.
Picture that.
Oh, you got even out the official Redondo notebook. Only cool kids get this.
Very well done.
Good job. Good job.
Such a cool name. Thanks. You should have written a really cool law above it so that you sound.
There you go.
All right. All right. Thank you so much.
Oh, why don't Mom and Dad come up here? We'll get a picture of you guys in it.
Got you guys.
Thank you.
All right, 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Phoenix. Well done. Okay, if you're following along, we're now going down to item D on the agenda. That's presentations, proclamations, announcements, and AB 1234 travel expense reports. Let's see, no presentations or proclamations. I did attend a U.S. Council of Mayors meeting with Google about AI last week, and that was a very informative sit-down. Councilmember Waller and our IT director, Mike Cook, were both there, so we'll be coming back with plenty of ideas on how we can apply AI to better our city. But it was very, very informational and very eye-opening. Got to see what a lot of the other cities are doing with AI, and we're kind of in the middle. Some haven't done anything, some have done a lot, and we're kind of in the middle. So hopefully we can keep that ball moving forward where it's smart, because it's not a solution for everything. Let's see, also had discussions on the housing element with Cal Cities. So that's moving forward. That's a bill that we're moving forward through our Assembly member, Al Meritsucci. So that's progressing well. I also participated with South Bay Parkland Conservancy on weeding the bluff garden on the Esplanade last week. So that was a fun activity. I got to learn some new facts from them. So last year, South Bay Parkland Conservancy planted over 3,600 native plants in the ground. They had over 3,270 volunteers. They held 307 events, which is pretty amazing. That's almost an event per day. They handed out 11,340 free seed packs for people to plant native plants in their yards and in their gardens. They produced out of the community garden 130 pounds of produce that were donated to charities. And they're maintaining 5 seed libraries across the city where people can get native plant seeds for free. So South Bay Parkland Conservancy is all doing this, doing good deeds here in Redondo and has for quite some time. So I applaud them for that effort. So we'll go around the council now, start with Councilmember Barrett today.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, 2 items. One is a further report on AB 1234, which were transportation and parking expenses related to the, I believe, January 23rd League of California Cities meeting. And that documentation is available through the council's executive assistant upon request. And the second item is to remind everybody that Councilmember Zany Obaji Jr. and I will be having our joint District 5, District 4 community meeting on Monday, February 23rd, 6 p.m. at the Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center. And I think, as all of us know by now, we're going to have a very special guest. Yeah, the new Chief of Police, Stephen Springle, who's here with us tonight, and he'll be there Monday, answering questions, setting forward his priorities, and I think, importantly, taking resident input and providing answers to your questions. And as always, Mayor, refreshments will be served. See you then.
And I got your invite, and I will be there, so thank you.
Well, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
All right, echo what Councilmember Barron said. It should be a riveting meeting talking about lots in Redondo, including what's going to take place on Artesia Boulevard as far as the regulatory changes there, and seeking community feedback on that. And I should have an email blast out soon on that. But there will be, the Planning Commission will be considering Artesia Boulevard regulatory changes this Thursday at 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. So please, if you, especially if you live on Matthews or Vanderbilt, they want to hear from you. Please tune in and speak up if you're in favor or against the changes. I also took a stroll, if we could light up 2B, please. I took a stroll down PCH and Laguna Beach, which is interesting because it's similar to Artesia Boulevard. And what I observed there that caught my attention, besides the high volume of people walking there on a very narrow sidewalk like we have in Artesia Boulevard, with cars traveling at a pretty fast clip, 30, 35 miles per hour on PCH, is that they have trees very frequently spaced from one another. And what those trees do, besides providing shade, is they also provide a sense of protection. And so I felt a lot more comfortable walking there than sometimes we feel on Artesia Boulevard when cars are zipping by at a similar rate of speed. So just wanted to offer that thought out to my fellow council members in the community. And that's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Don't you have a ribbon cutting this week?
There is a ribbon cutting on Thursday at 4 p.m. at the North Redondo Beach bike path at the corner of Felton and Rockefeller. And I unfortunately will not be there because I'll be on my way for the first meeting, the board meeting of the ICA in Santa Barbara, Independent Cities Association. But I know that Councilmember Waller, Councilmember Kalajerovich, the mayor will all be there. Castle, will you be there?
Yes.
And Councilmember Castle, Councilmember Barrett. All right, I'll be represented. District 4 will be represented well by all my fellow council members and the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Yeah, I will represent you well. I'll bring a hat. I'll wear a hat.
Awesome.
So
It's got to be a signature hat, not just
I'll find something. It'll be good. I did want to report, I attended the ECRA committee meeting, which is the executive committee for LA County on a regional response for homelessness. I spoke to the members there about a regional plan to address it. It's a regional problem, and emphasizing that we need to prioritize data for accountability as a primary focus for that. And that's it for my announcements.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Castle.
Nothing for tonight.
Councilmember Waller.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to duplicate Councilmember Barron's notice about the California City's travel and expenses. I reported on my activities there at a previous meeting. Last week, as the mayor said, he, Mike Cook, and myself attended the mayor's AI workshop at Google's Spruce Goose campus, where we got to walk quite a bit to get on both sides of the entire location there. We heard about the way cities can use artificial intelligence to improve services, streamline operations, and better serve our residents. I hosted 20 residents at my community meeting last Saturday. Refreshments were served. I attended the Riviera Village Association meeting this morning. Summer Festival is in planning, as well as a dine around the village, tentatively scheduled for June 3rd. And it's being mirrored after the dine around Artesia, operated by the same people. So it should be a good event. Councilmember Obaji mentioned the bike path. My notes say Perkins and Rockefeller, but it is North Redondo. Okay, so it's North Redondo. I could have it wrong because I have to have my passport to get up there. And public safety open house, Sunday, March 8th, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., right out there at Civic Center. Thank you.
Always a good event.
Yes.
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. We're now going down to item E, approving the order of the agenda. Does any member of the council wish to change the order of the agenda?
I do not.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve the order of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. We'll be following the agenda as published. Now down to item G, blue folder items. These are backup materials that were received too late to publish. Do we have any blue folder materials this evening?
Yes, Mayor. H5, related to approved contracts under 35, number 5, the license agreement between the City of Redondo and Clear Recovery Center LLC to license and use office space at the Beach Cities Health District. Public comments. J1, public participation of non-agenda items, public communications for H5. L1, a public hearing for consideration of an appeal of a denial by the Planning Commission related to the location of 401-417 South Pacific Coast Highway. The PowerPoint presentation and public communications. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to receive and file?
Move to receive and file. Second.
Okay, all for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Let's see, now going to consent calendar, items H1 through H14. These are things that the council intends to, unless we pull any, exclude any, to approve in bulk. Does any member of the council wish to pull H1, any of the items from H1 through H14?
No.
Okay, seeing none, can I get a motion to approve items H1 through H14?
I move the consent calendar.
A second, and I'd also, Mayor, like to thank, not without pulling it, thank our Public Works Department for their continued expansion of the bike path up in North Redondo with H9, which is approving a funding agreement with Metro to expand up north on Inglewood and over to the Galleria, as well as thank Deputy or Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park for the agreement with Tata and Google.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to approve H1 through H14. Does any member of the public wish to address any of the items H1 through H14 before I call the vote? Okay, no one is here in the audience. Anyone online?
I have no Zoom items. I have one H5 oppose.
Okay, I will call the vote then. The motion to approve H1 through H14, all for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Do you need to read off any?
Just one. H10, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2602-008, a resolution City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing retired annuitant communications supervisor Nicole Davis to receive the authorized salary increase to perform emergency medical dispatch duties as required of the communications supervisor classification pursuant to California Government Code Section 7522.56 and 21224. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jumping down to item J, public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to provide members of the public the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on tonight's agenda for action. This section will be limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the mayor and council. Each speaker will be permitted to speak only once, and we will take written requests first, and it looks like we have 2 of them. The first one is Nikki Negretti Mitchell, and then Georgette Gantner.
Good evening, Nikki Negretti Mitchell, District 3. That was quick. So last week I left off on 2021, and the last thing I said was that Holly Mitchell said it was the people who kept coming to those board meetings and talking to them, and that's the important part to emphasize. My first board meeting was in 2021, and right away started learning how they work, and Garcetti was still mayor. So on top of researching through every Metro document on the project, articles, educating myself on terms, processes, oil and rail industry practices, geology, EIRs, and more, I was also learning about how Metro operates on other projects and their board legislation. I came regularly to city council and didn't necessarily feel like I was being taken seriously, but found out Niels Nierenheim was paying attention, and later Paige Kalodarovich indicated she was as well. Meanwhile, 3 board meetings per month in just 1-minute increments for 3 years, I engaged in my messaging to the directors. And at draft EIR release time, I dragged my husband into it. And from then on, it was 4 of us, Kevin, Ray, Holly, and me, consistently and persistently going to these 3 board meetings per month and messaging. Each of the 4 of us had our own lane. We didn't even need to coordinate, and we soon figured out that our commentary fit together so well, like a 3-year playlist. And this was all reflected in Holly Mitchell's motion to finalize Hawthorne Boulevard. The details she gave were all of our comments, beautifully summarized. And so please don't mistake the LPA decision as a failure. It was an incremental part of the process Supervisor Mitchell kept reminding us to trust. A couple of days later, Jesselyn, her deputy, emphatically over the phone reiterated Hawthorne is not off the table, as though she knew something. On top of all that, the 4 of us went to COG meetings, and I was there to speak primarily in front of Director Butts and the 2 county supervisor deputies. So sometimes there were 3 COG meetings, the Transportation Committee meeting and the, what do they call it? Steering Committee and the full board. So that was a lot of work. It was really hard. And after that, when I got too tired, Chelsea Schreiber picked it up so beautifully with her major online campaign to emphasize all of our points, to the board directors and to the public, and so it all fits so well. And it was just such a nice and rewarding moment at that final board meeting. So anyway, thank you all for being there.
Thank you. Next is Georgette Gantner, then Holly Mitchell. But before she starts, City Clerk Manzano, we can't see anything on our screens right now. Is that something under your control?
Let's see. Oh, let me see.
Interesting.
That work?
There you go.
Yes. We
Okay,
got
sorry
it.
about that. That was,
We got it.
okay.
Okay, Georgette, and then Holly Osborne.
I've got more stuff for you. Can I have a permission to distribute?
Second.
All for?
Aye.
Okay, I've got another project to work on, and I'm excited. I don't know what's going to happen, but I felt that I should share it with you because it's all about Artesia. The attached property, I took pictures of the property that's located at 2017 to 2019 Artesia Boulevard, which is also known as Der Kindergarten. It has been abandoned, an abandoned business for 17 years, but they also have another business with the same name in Manhattan Beach on 10th Street. So I was able to find, in about 5 minutes, I was able to find the owners, how to contact people, sent letters, and I've done that. So I'm excited about this property because what I would like, personally, what our art group would like is an art center. But what I was thinking about instead, because it encompasses more people, is a community center. People that live near Artesia and other residents have stated that they are interested in maybe having a community center, a place that we can meet in Redondo Beach. And because Artesia has got the seed money, why not? And this particular property would be ideal. And I don't know if, as far as an art center is concerned, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Bergamot Station in Santa Monica. It was supposed to be a transit station, but then neighbors got involved and said, we want it to be an art area. And it's got several buildings. It's kind of on this property in a mini version of that, several buildings, which maybe could be preserved or whatever. I don't know what could happen. But I know there's the owners have a caretaker on the property to keep people from, using it in horrible ways, and they've kept it in okay shape. So far, I have not heard from the owner, but I have been in contact with the manager of the preschool who said that she is sending the letters to the lady. So I just think that it would be kind of an exciting location to have a community center. Again, it's nascent at this point. It's my dream. It's a dream of our art group, Redondo Beach Art Group, and other artists, that maybe something could come from that. And the way, because it's kind of centrally located on Artesia, it could be kind of a heart of Artesia. It's near the library and it's near some other areas that are well kept. And it's a start. It's a start for, maybe using some vacant properties if the owners, of course, agree. And I figure if with this, in contacting this couple that owns the property, even if it doesn't go to a community center, maybe it will incentivize them to do something. I'd be just as happy if they said, okay, not for you, but we're going to do this now. And it's something that would benefit the community. So that's what I'm trying to get from these people, some kind of a reaction and a conclusion. And if not, there's always the Grub House property. It's a nice vacant lot that doesn't need anything. We just need to start building it. But what's supposed to be Grub House on Artesia, that's been empty for a long time. Anyway, thank you for listening.
So the heart of Artesia?
Yes.
Okay, Holly Osborne, that's the last card I have.
Yes, Holly Osborne, District 5. Okay, I'm always doing research. And good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. And my latest bit appeared in the LA Times yesterday, front page. I'm sure you all read it. And I sent it to someone, and they PDF'd it for me. So I sent it later to your clerk so you can all have a copy. It's titled, Reinventing a Region Overbuilt with Asphalt. And then the subtitle is, in a parcel level analysis, experts suggest nearly half of LA County's hardscape is not necessary. Now, you know where I applied that to, the green line. Duh, we wanted the green line that doesn't have so much hardscape. But listen, that also applies to your projects that you're building, okay? And I apply that to when you're building, you want to keep your wide sidewalks. And you have sidewalks, it's nice if they've got green space between the sidewalk and the street so you can plant trees for shade. We don't have that in most of North Redondo. You do. You've got nice wide sidewalks down here. It's really a joy to walk on them. A lot of times you do have that green space so you can have trees. But what I'm saying is, don't let new developers narrow your sidewalks. And get yourself the LA Times, because I know you all read it every day, especially the front page. I get a lot of my good ideas just by reading the newspaper. So I think I'm done now. Go read the article.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the city council on anything that is not on the agenda for the evening? Jeep?
GB's out of District 5. Thank you, council members, for doing this work every week. It's an amazing job, which I would just kind of quake at the whole idea of what it must feel like sometimes to have to know everything that you have to know to be able to do this with any efficiency at all. A couple of things I forgot last week when I was trying to just say thanks. And the biggest one is I just failed to say thanks. I ran out of time. And the big thing was this whole campaign about the light rail, at a lot of points certainly seemed quixotic, and neighbors said it was quixotic. People said, they're going to do what they're going to do. What are you wasting your time with this? And so it was such an astonishing thing that happened, and mainly because of the absolute wonderful perseverance of Nikki and her husband and Holly that just kept going and going. I went occasionally, but not like that, and I didn't know the crap that they knew about what was going on. I just kind of made up some silly songs and did what I could. But the thing was that it was a beautiful thing what happened. And the fact that this council became one of the first ones that stood up and said, we are backing our people in North Redondo was a pivotal moment, it turns out. I didn't realize it at the time. I probably thought that it was quixotic what we were doing. But when it turned out that it wasn't, that was just wonderful. And that's why I felt like I got to come down and say to you, all of you, that sent that letter to Metro, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for doing that. Because that turns out to be a big part of what had an influence on Holly and Holly Mitchell and the other board members. The other thing, as just a quick aside, I noticed a neighbor pointed out that in your item F tonight, there's a closed meeting that relates to the property I live on. And I just wondered what that's all about and if anybody can tell me, because I didn't get any mail note or anything like that about it. And I presume that just because I happen to live there doesn't mean I get to attend the closed meeting, but I want to know what's going on. So anybody can tell me about that, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anything we can say about that? You'll get with them? Okay, thank you. City manager will get with you later. Okay, anyone else wish to address the council tonight on non-agenda items? Hi, Sheila.
Hi, good evening, council members, mayor. I want to offer a different framing than the one we've been hearing about highest and best use of public land. Cities that plan responsibly manage the public assets that make density livable. One of the most basic planning standards is park acreage per resident. When population grows faster than open space, quality of life declines. Parks become more crowded, access shrinks, and the health and climate benefits of open space erode. Redondo Beach is already park poor by county standards. With RENA, our population will increase. If park acreage does not increase at the same rate, park access per resident will decline. It is a predictable result of policy decisions and policy choices. I know the city will point out that we already have Quimby fees, but Quimby fees are not sufficient to maintain park ratios in a high-cost land market like Redondo Beach. If replacement parkland is effectively out of reach, then any loss of public open space becomes permanent. In that context, public land becomes even more important to protect. The recent vote to increase FAR on public institutional land shifts how the city treats public assets. The rationale offered is fiscal flexibility, that public land can serve as a backstop if budgets don't pencil out in the future. But public land is not just a balance sheet asset. It's a long-term civic infrastructure. Once it is intensified and monetized, that open space potential is permanently lost, with no realistic pathway to replace it. Cities that manage growth well use more robust tools than what we are currently relying on. They use no net loss policies for public open space, require replacement parkland when public land is repurposed. They tie increases in density and FAR to funded park plans. And they protect key public lands from being treated primarily as revenue tools. This is not an argument against housing. It is an argument for responsible growth. Cities that plan well don't grow population without protecting public assets that make density livable. When replacement is financially out of reach, protection matters more, not less. I'm asking the council to pause and consider whether we are stewarding public land as a civic infrastructure or repositioning it as a budget tool. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on non-agenda items? Anyone online?
Yes, Mark Nelson.
Go ahead, Mark.
Hold on one second.
Got it. Thank you. So last week we discussed some of the implications of the FAR 1.25 on the Beach Cities parcel, and the council had given direction to the city manager and the planning director to bring forward some zoning restrictions that would protect the surrounding neighborhoods. At that point, I discussed a little bit about the setbacks, that the 52-foot tall sides of the hospital were set back more than 100 feet from the lot line. The 520 building, which is about 40 feet tall, is also set back more than 100 feet. Everything tall has deep setbacks. The average height of all the square feet on the campus is under 40 feet tall. 99.7% is 51.5 feet tall or less. And only the penthouse, and God only knows what it's for, is 76 feet tall. And I suspect it was little more than an advertising billboard in 1960. So that leaves us with the question of how much damage has the existing Beach Cities complex already done to housing values. Using hedonic price models, which are the gold standard for litigation loss of value, we've now determined that within 1 mile of Beach Cities, home values are down $200+ million. That's with a custom model with 6,000 data points, and it actually comes in so well against all of the peer-reviewed research that it may be the best performing model I've ever seen of losses. So I have high confidence in it. So I do think that the council wants to think hard about how much more damage does it want to allow to the surrounding neighborhoods. If it allows what Beach City is asking for, which is essentially 60 feet tall along the lot lines, that will be a significant increase in damage and losses to the surrounding property value. So I think this is probably the time that the council should schedule some sort of a public hearing to have this discussion in the open with the planning staff and with the city manager to craft the restrictions that are needed to protect the public. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Yes. Laura Duke.
Go ahead, Laura.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Laura Duke, District 3. Good evening, council and city staff. I'd like to comment on the general plan land use element update from last month and the subsequent 5-0 vote. To the city staff, you saying public institutional is misleading. People need to realize public zone land is broken down into different subsets. And not once have you put up a slide detailing the different public zones. Hearing institutional leads people to think, really, shouldn't we be bulking these areas out to get the most return on investment? Yes, maybe on a C4, commercial 4-story or residential high-density zone land, but this is not that. On these zones, Mr. Weiner and Mr. Scully just glossed over the kind of zone. There's public, civic, there's PRO, public recreation, open space, parks, NCF, community facility. Public community facility is what we're talking about on this one. Be specific, otherwise it feels like you're skimming over it, so we'll all be accepting of giving beach cities whatever they want. You all need to understand what we're talking about, and when you don't, ask or research it before a big vote until you do understand it, and do so on your own because this city staff on this issue is biased. You are making these big decisions for us that could change all public zones forever. Councilmember Waller last month asked a question about the new residential care facility for the elderly zone at Nob Hill, demonstrating that he doesn't know that our CFE is a conditional use under the public community facility zone. Councilmember Castle at one point says where the hospital is when referring to the property where Beach Cities wants to bulk out. There are medical offices there, but there's no hospital there anymore. Thank you, though, for being the only one to ask city staff why they were in favor of a 1.25 FAR when the Planning Commission and the GPAC were not. We got the answer. I would have gladly accepted if this were on commercial or residential high-density land, not public land. We should be saying the public community facility zone at Prospect and Diamond, not the Beach Cities Health District campus. This land is not their campus, which is why they're begging for your help and not so subtly threatening lawsuits. Our city staff and our council representatives should be taking a deeper look at the public zones, not lumping everything into public institutional. The fact that you have decided this, though, taking staff's odd recommendation of a massive 125 FAR allowance on the public zone puts future zones, public zones at risk. By the way, our CFE is an allowable conditional use on public community facility property. There is no designation that it be private. How about Beach Cities Health District, in the spirit of the public zone, actually promotes a residential care facility for the elderly, which is a public care facility, one that actually is affordable to public people and Beach Cities residents. I'm with Bob Pinsler. Please put
Okay,
this on.
thank you. Your time is up. Appreciate it.
Expecting it and know what, and we'll.
Anyone else?
Yes, Nancy Skiba.
Go ahead, Nancy.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Nancy Skiba, District 4. And I just wanted to say I think it's a good time now for folks to start looking into getting rid of the ranked choice voting. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
No one else, and no comments.
Okay, thank you. So now we'll be going into ex parte communications tonight. We do have a public hearing, so item K does apply. We have L1 is our only public hearing, so I'll ask the council to reveal any ex parte communications you've had. I'll start. I've had discussions with several members of the staff, including members of the planning department, the city manager, and Public Works. I also had discussions with some of the members on the Planning Commission about how and why they made their decision and the changes that have appeared. And I've talked at one point or another, although it's kind of dated, with several members of the council well before this hearing was scheduled. So those are that's my ex parte communications. I did entertain a meeting with the developer, but they canceled with me before this meeting. Councilmember Waller?
Thank you. Let's see, I met with the mayor early on. I met with the city manager. I've spoken with the city attorney, and I've had numerous exchanges with the public. Most of what I said was something very close to what I've got here is one of my emails where I tell people that I cannot comment, as it will be a hearing in front of the council, but public input is always allowed, and I encourage respectful and constructive input. The public hearing is early in the agenda, and you will all have an opportunity for public comment where you can tell the developer your preferences on the project. So that is generally the type of response I would have to the public when I spoke with them.
Okay, Councilmember Castle.
I spoke with the mayor, the city manager, the city attorney, and staff, as well as members of the planning commission. And also I was contacted from the developer to try to set up a meeting, but I referred them back to the city manager if they wanted to set up a meeting. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Yes, I have spoken with the city manager, city attorney. In the past, I did speak with you prior to this scheduled hearing. I've spoken to Councilmember Obaji, and I did speak with the developer prior to this coming to the Planning Commission, and I've spoken to city staff.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
City staff, Councilmember Kalajerovich, the developer, prior to it coming to the City Planning Commission, and several city planning commissioners, Chair Craig and Planning Commissioner Hazeltine, both before the Planning Commission decision, and Chair Craig after the Planning Commission decision.
Okay, Councilmember Barrett.
I've had contact with the mayor, city attorney, city manager, and staff, members of the public, planning commissioner Doug Boswell.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, we will jump down to item L1. This is a public hearing considering an appeal of the denial by the Planning Commission on a coastal project with 49 condo units. It's in the coastal zone and needs a coastal development permit that is at PCH and Pearl, essentially. And with that, before we get into it, I'd like to get a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved. I also want to disclose correspondence with staff.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to open the public hearing. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, so the hearing is now open. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Mark Weiner, Director of Community Development. I'm joined by Planning Manager Sean Scoley, Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park, I believe will be joining us shortly. And then we also have outside counsel, Diana Barrett, who's a housing specialist with RGW. She's available virtually for questions. Before I get into the presentation, I just want to take a moment providing some context around this application, and it really has to do with state housing law. The state legislature in recent years has determined that there is an affordable housing crisis, and it's due to a lack of housing supply. And over the past 7 or 8 years, the legislature has taken a more aggressive position on housing production and deregulating housing and taking away local control. So a lot of the regulations that factored into this project that you're going to hear about in this presentation are derived from state law. And I know that the council is aware of how state laws are impacting city zoning and operations, but I'm also mentioning this for the benefit of the audience. So what's before you is the appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of the coastal development permit and request for concessions and waivers through density bonus law. The subject property is located at 401 to 417 South Pacific Coast Highway, or PCH. It's on the west side of PCH between Pearl and Ruby. The lot size is approximately 33,000 square feet. It's located in the coastal zone, which is a coastal commission zone within the city. It's also located in the commercial C2 zone, and it's surrounded by commercial and multifamily zoning to the north across Pearl, commercial to the north and south and east, and then multifamily to the west as shown in orange on this map. A brief summary about the project. So the applicant is proposing a mixed-use development. It would be 4 stories high and include a subterranean 2-level garage. It's 49 residential units. 5 of those would be deed restricted very low income. 3 would be moderate income. It has 17,000 square feet of ground level commercial space with the project. I mentioned the 2 levels of subterranean parking. What's shown on the image below the text is a section drawing of the proposed project showing the various levels of it from the garage up to the upper level. And as I mentioned in the intro to this project, there are several state housing laws that are at play with the review of this project and consideration of this project. One is SB 330. There's also AB 2011 and state density bonus law, which I'll get into in a moment. This is a rendering of the proposed project from the PCH, the front view of it. And then this is from that same view, but it's a little more panned in so you can see the courtyard, the center of it. So regarding the state housing laws, one of the housing laws that applies to this is SB 330, also known as the Housing Accountability Act. This really applies to all multifamily projects, applications that we receive at this point. It's across the board. And it limits the city's ability to deny a project or reduce density. And it limits our discretion in reviewing a project. It used to be that the city could apply subjective design standards. Now these standards must be objective. So you can't, the city's not allowed to apply standards such as neighborhood compatibility or things that are more subjective. Another housing law, and probably the most significant one that applies to this, is AB 2011, or the Affordable Housing and High Roads Job Act. And what this does is allows residential development along commercial corridors in areas that are zoned for commercial use. Normally, this property would only commercial use would be allowed. However, because of AB 2011, they are allowed to do an all housing project or a mixed use project, which is what's before you tonight. And it also requires ministerial review and an entitlement process. That means typically this would be a staff approved project and there would be no public hearing for it. The reason it applies in this case is because it's in the coastal zone, which I'll get into in a moment. There's AB 2243, which revised AB 2011 and clarified how it meshes with the Coastal Act or Coastal Zone. And there's also state density bonus law, which allows waivers and concessions from zoning requirements if the developer provides affordable units. So these are the four primary housing laws that are being applied to this project. So a little background on this. As I just stated, in accordance with AB 2011, this would normally be a ministerial or administrative review and entitlement for this project. Because the property is in the coastal zone, it does require a coastal development permit. The city has the authority to issue those, even though there's some coastal commission jurisdiction over that area. And according to the city's local coastal program, a coastal development permit does require a public hearing with the planning commission. So for that reason, we did schedule for the CDP to be considered by the planning commission, which they did on December 18th. Their purview was limited only to the local coastal program objective criteria and also the request for the waivers and concessions through state density bonus law, which was really tied into some of the findings of the coastal development permits. And it's important to note that typically if this were a normal application or prior to some of these state housing laws, it would also require a design review, conditional use permit. There would be other entitlements and other findings need to be made. However, because it's ministerial now under AB 2011, it's limited only to the coastal development permit. The Planning Commission did deny the application on December 18th, and shortly after that, an appeal was filed by the project applicant so that the application can be heard by the City Council. So I'm going to briefly go over the Planning Commission's findings for denial. One is they found that the project would impede coastal access. This is related to the Coastal Act and the city's local coastal program. And it would impede access by reducing the allowed or the required number of parking spaces from 68 to 44 for the commercial use. So the applicant had requested a waiver of the parking, a reduction in the parking requirements for this project. Typically, the Coastal Commission does consider parking to be a coastal access issue. And for that reason, the Planning Commission found that did not meet that standard. It is important to note that there is a provision in state law, AB 2011. It says that deviations, zoning waivers allowed through density bonus law shall not constitute a basis for determining a project is inconsistent with the city's local coastal program.
Shall
So
not constitute a basis?
That's right, does not constitute a basis. So it's
okay.
The statute addresses that pretty specifically in anticipation that there would be density bonus waivers in the coastal zone. With regard to public safety, the Planning Commission expressed concern with the proximity of the project to Fire Station Number 1, and there was concern that by not meeting the parking requirements, there would be overflow parking that could impact the roadway and ingress egress to the fire station. And then finally, there was the applicant requested a concession to waive a parking study. This type of project typically would not require a parking study. However, they were proposing overlap parking, which is where the different uses in a mixed-use project can share some of the parking requirements. In this case, they requested to waive that, and they're proposing the shared parking for that. And the Planning Commission found that this would not reduce the cost of the project, which was part of the basis for granting a concession. But that was really more of a minor one. It was the first two on this list that were the more significant basis for denial. So since the Planning Commission hearing, the applicant has modified the project based on the feedback and concerns that they heard at the Planning Commission meeting. The original project proposed 105 parking spaces. That included 61 residential and 44 commercial. The 44 was below the city's municipal code standard, and that's why they had requested a waiver. The applicant has since revised the project and is now proposing 129 parking spaces, and they accomplished this by expanding the garage in a westerly direction, so they made it larger. It also includes a combination of some tandem spaces. There would be 10 tandem and 20 compact spaces. What's shown on the graphic here is the first parking level, and in the clouded areas, those are where some of the changes are, and you can see that some of those are tandem. So the applicant is proposing to meet the parking requirements, the commercial parking requirements, which are based on square footage and use for the site. The 61 residential is going to remain as originally proposed, and that is dictated by state density bonus law. Normally, we would apply a standard in our zoning code to determine how much parking is needed for residential. But when they do affordable housing, it's prescribed by state density bonus law how much parking they need to provide per unit and per bedroom.
61 is prescribed?
Yes, by state density bonus law.
What would that normally be without the density bonus? What would our standard be for this if this were a normal?
2 times 49 plus that. So 2 times 49 was at 98, and then there's a factor for visitor parking as well, depending on how many units, which I can do a double check and see what that total would be to add that to the 98.
That's okay, but over 40 parking spaces short of what our normal standard for this type of development would be.
Roughly, yes.
Okay.
The
And I
standard is set
understand.
by us.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, the standard is set by Redondo. It's not a state standard, it's our standard.
Well, we have a standard for Redondo, but what applies to this project is the state density bonus law standard,
Yeah.
which overrides.
And it's in our
standard.
LCP, those standards, our parking standards are in our LCP, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I understand the state law. I just want to get out there. We're well under what this would normally be parked for a development of this size.
So
Just
the applicant
point of
did originally.
clarification, very quick, just so I'm clear. Yet the state density bonus law says that we don't get to block it, that the concession and waiver applies to the LCP standards. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that would include this parking issue that I think the mayor's rightfully raised.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
So the applicant did request 3 concessions. These are the original 3 that were requested. Concessions 2 and 3 have been removed since the applicant revised the plan. They're no longer proposing the overlap parking, and they are also meeting the commercial parking requirements. They're not requesting to reduce that number. They are still proposing to increase the floor area ratio from 1.5 to 2.5A. So that was the original proposal, and that is the proposal currently. So they maintain that. And then also they maintain the original waivers for the project, and that's allowing to increase the number of stories from 3 to 4, which matches the FAR. There were some reductions in setbacks that they had requested, and also the allowance to exceed the zoning height limit of 45 feet for the stairwell and elevator for the project. Some new waivers are being requested, and these are related to the expanded parking area. One is to reduce the private storage for each unit. There's 49 units. Normally they'd be required 400 cubic feet per unit. The waiver would reduce it down to 300 cubic feet, so it's a 25% reduction, and it has the net totals on to the left of that. Also to allow the use of tandem parking spaces for commercial and residential uses. So our code does not expressly permit tandem parking. It also doesn't prohibit it. Just to err on the side of caution, they have requested a waiver in case a case is made that that's not allowed. Also, the same would apply to the compact spaces, 13 compact, which exceeds the allowed number of compact spaces you can provide on a project. And then also the use of valet, and not that it's prohibited by our municipal code, but it's just that it's not, our municipal code's silent on it. So those are the additional waivers that they have requested in relation to the parking. In addition to that, there are some other minor project modifications that they've made. They've reduced the steepness, the slope of the driveway a little bit since the last hearing to address safety concerns. They've added more additional secure bike parking on the site. They've increased the valet queuing area. They've modified the landscape plan to incorporate trees with greater shade canopy. Addition of bike racks, and then also addition of a keep clear pavement marking at the project access driveway. And that was based on subsequent conversations with city engineering and based on concerns about the potential safety of the project. So I do want to circle back to the safety, the concern that was raised by the Planning Commission was part of the basis for denial. It was denied basically because of its proximity to the fire station and the potential to access the roadway that leads to the fire station. You can see on the map, this shows where the site is, the project site in relation to Fire Station 1. Staff has since met with fire department staff. They don't believe there's any unique concerns or safety issues associated.
Hold on 1 second. If you guys want to talk, can you get closer or step outside, please? It's distracting. No harm. Go ahead, I apologize.
Yeah, that's okay. So fire department staff does not believe there's any unusual safety concerns with this project or unique issues. It's a commercial site along a commercial corridor. There could potentially be other uses there that would also involve parking of cars and traffic. And the preferred access is off of Pearl Street. It's actually our city engineer will typically require that that's where the access be granted because it's more of a safety issue having it be off of Pacific Coast Highway. So we did meet with the fire department and went over that concern. There's also a traffic study that was submitted by the applicant, is included as an attachment to the packet, which addresses the safety issues surrounding the site.
Can I ask a question on that before you go on?
Yes.
You know, like Broadway, we're not allowed to put speed humps on because that's a primary route for the fire equipment to go north or south. Is that the same for Pearl? Is that the primary route to get to PCH or east of PCH?
I think it depends on the call. Is Jay May here? Yeah, if you'd like to ask that question of Deputy Chief Jay May, we can do that.
Certainly. I just want to understand.
Yeah, Pearl, I think, is occasionally used to go east-west, but it's not a primary.
So we could,
primary
there's
route,
nothing that
really.
would prevent us from otherwise putting like speed humps on there or anything like that. Hi.
I'd already be all the way up. Good evening, Mayor and Council. What was the question, Mayor?
I'm sorry?
What was the question, Mayor?
So, Broadway is, I don't know how you designate it, but we can't put speed humps on Broadway because that's a primary access route for fire equipment going north and south from Fire Station 1. Is Pearl the same? Is that the primary access route for going east and mostly east in this case?
Yeah, Pearl is one of our access ways for, depending on the response location within the city, it is one of the routes we use to access both PCH, which would go directly in front of this development project, and also accessing, the east part of the city, anything directly east up in the, up off of Prospect, Camino Real, that general area. So it is, we would transit in front of this development location. There's no doubt that we would go by the new development location.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if Pearl has the same restrictions at Broadway, like can we put speed humps on Pearl?
I can't speak to the ability to maybe I'll bring up our traffic engineer, Ryan Liu, to answer that question. I think we'll let Jason off the hook, but just to put a fine point on that, Pearl is a little different than Broadway. We use Pearl and we use it with some frequency, but we exclusively use Broadway to go north-south to get out of the station. That's why Broadway's a little differently designated for us than Pearl, but Ryan can, I think, speak to that.
This is Ryan, City Traffic Engineer. You are correct, Broadway is on the map of streets that currently do not allow speed cushions, but Pearl is not. So
but we could put speed cushions on.
Yes, if it met the thresholds.
Okay, thank you. That's all I was asking. Thank you.
And the speed cushions, the trucks, if I might, Mayor, the speed cushions are spaced in a certain distance apart so that the fire truck rolls down the street. It doesn't actually go over the humps. It goes around them.
That's correct. All speed cushions that we install in the city are spaced so that wide axle vehicles like fire trucks and ambulances can bypass them.
Has anybody requested speed cushions on this block?
Not on this block of Pearl that I'm aware of.
That's not the line I was going down, but.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the answer. But if they can drive around them, why can't we have them on Broadway? Anyway, that's another topic. Keep going, thank you.
Yeah. So aside from the study, what constitutes a specific adverse impact is defined in state law. I've provided the definition on the screen here. And it states it's supposed to be significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable. Also based on objective, identified, written public health or safety standards. So this question came up at the Planning Commission. What type of project or situation would that apply to? And the example I gave is it could be if we had an area that was mapped for having geotechnical concerns, maybe subject to landslides, and it's mapped in our safety elements, or there was an area that was mapped to having a constrained road or some kind of safety issue where it's been studied and identified and quantifiable. So the state, I just want to point out, the state does set the bar high with making this determination, because this is essentially the sole basis that you can rely on to deny a housing project or request for a concession or waiver of the affordable housing law. So since the meeting with the Planning Commission, we were contacted by the Coastal Commission. They had caught word of this project through state HCD, I believe. And they just wanted to advise us that the finding of limiting access to coastal resources, in their opinion, was not an objective standard in the context of this project. They felt it did not apply, and they wanted to relay that to us. Also, we've been in communication with state HCD, the State Department of Housing and Community Development. They followed up with us, I think it was the day after the meeting, and have been in touch since then. They did transmit a letter to the city right before the packet went out. We included it as an attachment. And it was a letter of technical assistance, but also a notice of potential violation. In the letter, they state their opinion that the denial was in violation of AB 2011, and then they cite state law as the basis for their enforcement authority to take action on that. So I wanted to point out that we have this project has various state laws, Coastal Act, state housing law being applied to it, and we have heard from both state agencies since the decision was made. So with that, the procedures would be to open the public hearing and take testimony, close it and deliberate, and then staff's recommendation is to adopt the attached resolution granting the appeal of the Planning Commission's denial. And with that, I'm available for questions.
Anyone from the council have questions?
Well, for Mark or questions, Andrew?
For Mark. And please raise your hands.
Not for Mark.
Nothing for Mark?
Not for Mark.
Okay, does the applicant have a briefing that they want to give? I believe city attorney, how much time? I forget because we're in the process of rewriting our.
Yes, up to an hour.
Up to an hour, okay.
Which one is it? This one? See, that very top. Yeah, that's
there. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and the residents of Redondo Beach present here. I want to take a few minutes to introduce myself. I promise you will not take full hour. Our presentation is only about 15 minutes. Your staff has done a wonderful job introducing the project, and we've been working with them for many, many years now on a couple of our projects. To put it in records, my name is Ben Agarwal. I live in Redondo Beach and have owned businesses in Redondo Beach. I am a proud father of 2 daughters and 4 grandkids who were raised here in this city. I'm an engineer by training. I earned a doctorate in structural engineering. I conducted research at NASA and Northrop for many, many years before I decided sitting behind the closed desk was not for me. I wanted to be more in open and started building homes here. And Mayor Light may remember me from many of the projects I have done in the city. And I have always followed the procedures and the rules and regulations of the city and rarely ever have asked for any kind of variance on all of my projects. Because I believe, your input and your desire, along with me, my desire to live in this beautiful city is very important to keep the projects community-oriented. I feel this project is needed in this city because we need more smaller, affordable housing. What has happened over the period that I've been a builder-developer, everybody, including me, is looking to make the most money on the project. As a result, the only thing that sells is the square footage. So we are building bigger and bigger and bigger homes. The North Redondo, I started building homes. I built 27 units where the church used to be on the corner of Grant and what's the street there? There used to be a church, and those were 3 units on a lot. And at that time, that part of Redondo Beach was not a very desirable location. Over the times, you can see what has happened to North Redondo. It's this bustling, and people want to live there, and there's going to be more happy people. There more tax revenues are coming into the city, and we expect to do the same here. I'm not here to take a lot of your time. There's a few of the slides I wanted to show you. to remind you, where are those slides? Where?
Just tell us next slide.
Yeah, the three projects I have in mind, this is a project at the corner of Aviation and Artesia. It used to be a Shell station, very steep terrain, and nobody ever wanted to build anything there. I had to go to the city council and get the zoning changed there and put a beautiful building there, which has been there for the last 20 years as a gateway to the entry to the city of Redondo Beach coming south. The next one, yeah, this is the corner you probably all drive by most of the time, corner of Catalina and Francisca. This is not a good picture, that whole corner, I put 27 units there. It used to be an old industrial buildings, and the place needed a change. And I got together, it was zoned industrial. I worked with the city, and the zoning was changed to residential. And not only my zoning, but several other zonings, everything along that east of Catalina was changed to residential. And since then, I worked on the project as it became available. Next one.
Do you like the new mural that we put in there next door to that project?
I'm sorry?
Have you seen the new mural that we put in next door to that project?
Yes, and you did a wonderful job making that whole entryway to the city much more beautiful. And here's our artifact that we installed at the corner of Elena and Francisca. So these are the kind of projects we do, and hopefully we continue to do that. And I feel this project that we are proposing now is going to add. I mean, there are fears around everything we do in the city, but we take a lot of risk, and we do it properly. We do it with the community feedback, as you will see that we have spent a lot of time and energy changing things over, even though we didn't need to. Thank you.
Thanks, Dad and Ben. Hi, council members, mayor, and staff. Thank you for your time. My name is Seema Deer, and I'm a partner on this project, and I'm Ben Irewol's daughter as well. I've lived in the South Bay for most of my life, and I own my first home right here in Redondo Beach. I've worked in Redondo Beach for 10 years, and I'm deeply passionate about what we're doing and what we're proposing. The project is called Navasa Living. Navasa means home and dwelling, and more importantly, a place of belonging. And that is exactly our intention, to create a home that feels grounded in Redondo coastal identity while supporting the way people want to live today and in the future. Navasa tagline is coastal living, connected community. I want to start by saying we're not trying to force a project into Redondo Beach. We're trying to bring something that is thoughtfully designed for Redondo Beach right now and for what the city is becoming. We've heard your concerns, and we've worked hard, early and consistently, to respond in good faith. We've made modifications and put in real effort, even in areas where we didn't strictly have to, because we care about getting it right, and because we want this to be something the city can be proud of. We also have taken meaningful steps across the issues that matter most: sustainability and landscape, affordability, parking and operations, and safety. And we've included mobility-forward amenities like dedicated bike rooms with repair stations, because we believe Redondo is heading towards a more walkable and bike-friendly future. At the same time, to really understand this project, what you need to do is wear two hats. One hat for today, making sure this works now, meets the real needs, and respects the character of Redondo Beach. The second hat is for the future, because the city is shifting. The local travel network is not just an improvement, it is a signal of where Redondo Beach is going: more pedestrian-friendly, more bike-friendly, and more connected. We're excited about the synergy with the future, and we're designing something that we're building not just to get approved for now, but for something we can be proud of in 50 years. A big part of that relevance is the synergy between residents and ground floor business, not just coexisting, but intentionally designed to support each other and the broader community. That's why we've engaged a team early to help develop the right tenants. And once we have approval, we are committed to making the synergy not an afterthought. We'll build out spaces around tenants' needs, recruit businesses that align with Redondo's values, and coordinate programming to the commercial spaces that support the residents, and the residents support those businesses in a way that benefits the broader community too. And design matters as well. We've worked to bring a true coastal sensibility into every element, not coastal as a theme, but coastal as a feeling. The greenery, the openness, the ground materials, and the calm. Even the exterior roof line is designed to represent the rhythmic waves, subtle but intentional, so the building reflects the coastline rather than competing with it. Thank you for your time. Next, I'd like to introduce our architect, James, who will walk you through the specific design adjustments and revisions we've made. Thank you.
Mark, if you could go to the proposed project. Thank you, Seema. My name is James Fisher. I'm a partner with DFH Architects. We're located in Santa Monica. I just want to take a few minutes to walk you through the proposed project and the voluntary modifications we made as a result of the Planning Commission hearing. If you can go 2 more slides, Mark. Thank you. As previously mentioned, we're proposing a 49-unit mixed-use project with ground floor commercial and residential amenity spaces and common uses with 3 floors of residential dwelling units above, with a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. Of the 49 units, 8 will be designated as affordable. We're providing 129 parking spaces, all located below grade on 2 parking levels. The total height of the building is 45 feet and 4 stories, and we're providing over 9,800 square feet of usable open space. Next slide, please. We'll begin with the ground floor. The project is sited with vehicle ingress and egress solely off of Pearl, and the main pedestrian entry off of PCH through our street-facing courtyard. The building program is organized with the main commercial spaces along PCH. Additional commercial space towards the back of the project will be mostly programmed with residential-focused uses. The main residential lobby is central to the building and located off of the entry courtyard. We will find the elevator and stair access for the upper and lower levels. The resident lounge overlooks our pool and spa courtyard that is oriented west for ocean breezes and natural light. Next slide, please. Our setbacks starting at the corner of Pearl and PCH, we have a designated 3-foot front yard setback. We have a 10-foot rear setback that's adjacent to the driveway. The west side of the 10-foot side yard on the north side, and 10 foot on the rear, which is the west. That is 10 feet on the ground floor, and that steps back to 15 feet for floors 2 through 4. And then similarly on the south side, we have a 5-foot setback on the ground floor, and it steps back to 10 feet for the upper floors as well. Next slide.
Sorry, can I ask you a question on
Sure.
this side, please?
Mm-hmm.
Airman.
Yes.
I see here lightly etched in is keep clear.
Yes.
Is that something you intend to do?
Yes.
Or it's just like an idea?
Yeah, so that is something that we consulted with the city traffic engineer on, and they recommended keeping that for queuing space. And that was in the report of how many cars need to queue at the light to allow cars to come out. I don't remember off the top of my head exactly how many in, but it was in the comfort zone, yes.
All right, thank you.
And I also wanted to mention that we are not reducing any existing sidewalk widths with this project. As Seema mentioned, we are voluntarily adding short-term bike spaces along Pearl and PCH, as shown there, and also providing a room with 3 cargo bikes and a workstation space on the ground floor to be accessible by users of the commercial spaces as part of our modification proposal. This will help encourage users of the site to arrive by bicycle by providing the necessary infrastructure. Next slide, please.
Can I ask a question on that, please? Sure. The co-working, is that just for residents?
Yes, that is.
Okay, so it's not a separate co-working business?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Next slide, please. Yeah, one more, there we go. And as you asked, this is the driveway transition. So this is where we're now, there's 2 things at play here. We're now providing a maximum slope of 5% for a distance of 20 feet from the Pearl Street property line, based on feedback from the city's traffic engineer. And this will provide visibility for pedestrians and increase traffic safety. And per the recommendations of EPD, we added the keep clear painted on the streets, as I mentioned.
Is that ramp slope why you shifted the building to the south?
No, we were able to do that without impacting the building footprint.
Okay.
This is how it was before, yes. Next slide. And this is our landscape plan, and highlighting here one of our sustainable features, and that's how we're going to treat stormwater management with on-grade planners that we refer to as lid planners. And you can also see the large canopy street trees that were mentioned, at the corner of Pearl and PCH, the anchor with that large planner, and then towards the back, towards the west side, we have that large planner as well with that screening visual buffer for the adjacent residents. Next slide, please. This is the first level of parking. And here we have made the modification to provide the code required parking for both commercial and residential, as previously mentioned. We were able to achieve this by reducing the 400 cubic feet required for residential storage to 300 cubic feet. Next slide. And by increasing the garage footprint to the west, as shown in red here, which is a considerable cost, an increase in construction costs due to the additional excavation and concrete structure. Lastly, as mentioned, we introduced a handful of compact and tandem spaces. The residential tandem spaces will be provided to 2 and 3 bedroom units, and the commercial tandem spaces will be made available to employees of the commercial uses. These operational requirements will ensure that efficient use of those spaces. The compacts will also be made available to users of the building and made available for the city's new NEV parking program through the local travel network. Next slide. And finally, we have a plan for valet parking, which could be used at the discretion of the owners, and all vehicle queuing will be within the garage. It's important to know that no queuing will take place on Pearl Street. Next slide. And then this is the lowest level of the parking. And next slide, please. Which again, we increased the footprint to the west as we did on P1. And to wrap up the parking garage, we will have the code compliant EV parking located through both levels. Next slide. This is our typical residential floor, where you can see the unit mix I spoke about of 1, 2s, and 3 bedrooms. The organization is based around the 2 courtyards, the one fronting PCH and the pool courtyard facing to the south. And the focus is on the ocean views and the breeze, especially on the upper levels. And all units are provided with large private patios. Next slide. The roof plan is shown here with a resident-only roof deck towards the center of the building that will be programmed with conversational seating areas, creating a relaxing environment that is all about the 360-degree views. Next slide. And a large portion of the roof will be designated for PV panels and low-lying mechanical equipment that will be screened from views from the street and sidewalk as per code required. Next slide. This is a section cutting east-west towards the back of the property, just showing the line of sight from the roof deck, that it's all about the views when you're up there. And then due to the grade change, there's about a 4 to 4.5 foot grade change from PCH to the back of the site. The pool court is sunk down there, as you can see. And any line of sight that you have in there is going to be largely broken up by our lush landscaping we're going to have along that rear property line that I showed you in the previous slide. And also you can see here the 15-foot step back as you get to floors 2 and up. Next slide, please. This is our building height diagram that shows that the required height for the LCP is 45 feet, so we are not requesting adjustment from that, but we are requesting an extra story, but that all fits within the 45-foot height limit. The Redondo Beach Code does allow the parapets and roof elements to project up to 4 feet, and then our stair and elevator towers that are code required but are part of our waiver requests to exceed the height limit. Next slide, please. Just wanted to highlight the transit accessibility. So on the left, you have the numerous local transit stops within a half mile of the site, shown in blue. And then also South Bay's new local travel network that I previously mentioned that can utilize the NEV spaces located in the parking garage. And that's the current map on the right, and then blown up for Redondo for the routes. Next slide, please. And then finally finishing with the exterior design, which is centered around the concept of Navasa living, as Seema described. Redondo is a beach city, and the proximity to the ocean is embraced in our project. Contemporary coastal architecture is reflected in the warm colored palette of shingles, plank, and wood siding that help to break down the building massing. I'm lucky to have clients that care a great deal about the aesthetics and creating a sense of place. I feel like we've done a good job here doing that. Next slide, please. Looking down PCH towards Pearl, you can see the rolling roof lines, unit balconies, window boxes with landscaping, and the ground floor landscaping that I went over previously. The pedestrian experience is defined by the rolling arcade that'll be complete with wavy textured plaster along the PCH frontage that defines the commercial spaces. Next slide, please. This is looking into the courtyard entrance and to the residential lobby where the roof line opens up, and the ground floor, at the ground level, we have a water feature surrounded by sea glass tile that marks the lobby entry. Next slide. This is continuing down towards Pearl, but looking back in the other direction towards PCH with the view of that same, you can see the articulation of materials and that commercial corridor with that rolling arcade. And last slide. And finally, we arrive at the corner of PCH, which is our kind of gateway to the project. So that is completes my presentation. And next, I'd like to introduce Elisa Pastor, our land use attorney.
Thank you, James. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for having us. My name is Elisa Pastor. I'm the managing partner of Rand Pastor Nelson. I'm land use counsel for the project. As both James and Seema have discussed, our client has voluntarily made some very significant changes to this project, and those changes come with a cost, but they are willing to do so. This applicant is a member of this community, and they are committed to continuing to be a member of this community. And I think that they have demonstrated a lot of good faith in doing these modifications. I think staff did a very good job of running through the reasons that the Planning Commission's denial must be overturned. But I think we have to reiterate that we are subject to the objective standards that apply to this project. Those include the density bonus standards. Those include any LCP standards as deviated from through density bonus law. And I think it is very significant that both the Coastal Commission and HCD weighed in here. And so we hope that you will take that into account. We did do the expert traffic study that was done with the previous amount of parking, which was 105. Again, we have increased that to 129. And our expert traffic engineer found that that was sufficient parking because there is a lot of synergy in these uses. And the reality is that the parking numbers that are probably in your code have probably been there for a long time, and things have changed in this world. And as the state legislature and as Seema talked about, we are looking at for the future, not just what is today. I want to also reiterate that this project is going to provide 8 lower income units. So this is a part of town where you have a very high rent and for sale number, and this is going to provide additional access to 8 families who are going to be living in these units. This project is a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms, and the affordable units will be also 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms. So those will be proportionally mixed with the rest of the project. This project is what this city needs to help meet its RHNA numbers. I will remind you that, and maybe you all actually haven't seen the most recent red line of the draft housing element, but in that draft red line, this project is included as one of the projects that's going to help you use to meet your RHNA numbers. So again, HCD is going to be watching that. And I think that if this project is denied based on non-objective standards, that is going to make a difference, and that's going to make things harder. So this is the type of project that AB 2011 contemplated. It is fully consistent with the plans and policies, and it will be an asset to the community. And as a last comment, I mean, I think we had James come up because this is a good project. We spent a lot of time on the architecture and design of this project. So not only does the law compel you to approve this project, it is a good project. And we could have done a stucco box. This is not a stucco box, right? There's been a lot of time and money spent on the design, and we think that it really, as Seema talked about, it reflects the coastal lifestyle. I do want to clarify one thing, which is the co-working space. So that actually will be open to both the public and the residents. But the point of that is, as they are curating the type of commercial space that's going to be in this project, it's going to be for use of both the residents and non-residents. And so that's one of the examples of things that we might be looking at. We don't know who the exact tenants are, but that's the type of thing that we were looking at that will be an asset to the residents. So I know we were supposed to get an hour. We're obviously not going to take an hour of your time. I would like to reserve some time for rebuttal after public comment, if that's agreeable to you and to the city attorney. Thank you.
And they do get a 20-minute rebuttal.
Oh, that will probably be plenty of time. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, is that it from the developer? Okay. So I certainly appreciate the accommodation on the parking for the commercial. That addresses some of my concerns in particular, because regardless of what, I haven't seen your parking study or anything, but I live near this area and walk by it and drive by it all the time. And with the women's club there, the small historic units that don't have parking garages, this area is heavily parked, and PCH has almost no parking along it, very few spaces. So I appreciate the accommodation on the commercial. I also appreciate the materials, because it doesn't look like cookie cutter cheap materials, and it looks like these will last and weather well. So I certainly appreciate that. I don't necessarily appreciate the veiled threat of having an attorney come up here to address us on the law. Don't appreciate that. We've got plenty of that from our own side, and hopefully we're not there yet. Let's see, I do have some concerns with this, though, not anything that I would necessarily be against this, but I do have some concerns. You know, we just had the Eddy go in with 115 rooms. There's still 15 units unoccupied at this time up on the market. So I have a question, you know, is this rentals or is this condos, or what is this project?
Thank you, Mayor. It is going to be, we are doing a condominium map, so it will be for sale, but we're going to have the affordable units as rental units.
Okay, and there's no co-living in this development?
No.
Okay.
And can I add one thing, which is about the parking that I should have added earlier, which is based on our traffic study and then based on our additional parking, we don't expect that there will be any of these vehicles parking on the street.
Yeah, I disagree with that on the residential, because our average is still 1.1 cars per adult occupant. So I question that when you're 40 short on the commercial, but state law has tied our hands with that. So that part I'm not going to address. I do think our LCP does very well address the parking standards that are required for commercial, and they were put there for coastal access, despite what staff currently says. So I disagree with the staff of the Coastal Commission, but I don't think I'm hopeful we don't need to go there. So I am concerned. Do you know about what market rates this would be for these units?
I don't think we know that, because it's going to take a little time to build out, and so we will price them.
Because as I said, the Eddy still has 50 of 115 rooms unoccupied at this time, and they've been open since July 25. So the thought that, you know, all high density is addressing housing requirements is kind of proven to be a farce in that instance. Now, depending on what you ask, it may be more affordable. Do you want to respond to that?
Rentals? Is that Eddy Rentals?
Yes.
Yeah.
And this is for sale, right?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Here, as respectfully pointed out by Council Manobagi that these units that we have will be for sale and they will not be for rent. The rental units are affordable units and they will be rented even before we finish construction.
No, I agree. Affordable units will be gone well before.
And will bring very deserving group of people like the teachers and people, young artists and people who can't afford to live in city, but they were born here and they want to live in this city. So
Yeah,
that's
believe
where
me,
we are
I'm
going
all
with it.
for affordable, truly affordable units.
So give us
It's
a
the
break.
market rate that
Please
gives.
give us a break and make it happen. Thank you.
Yeah. The other concern I have is the commercial component, although this is only 2 commercial, although maybe 3 with co-working. I'm not, that seems like an ambiguous model. But, you know, we see high turn in developments that are mixed use like this with no front parking. We see high turnover and high vacancy in the commercial. So you know, what I would love to see is commercial that is additive to our city coffers that would help make up for the cost of the residents that are going to live in this facility. So, you know, I'm concerned that this is very much like 1800 PCH, the Montecito on Artesia, the Eddy still has, that's been open for much long, that's been open since 2019, still has open commercial. And at the Eddy itself, there's only 2 of 11 commercial spaces that have been filled since July 2025. So I'm very concerned about the commercial, but that's not a make or break on this thing. The solar, you said you make accommodations for it. Are you intending to put solar up? Yes, he just.
Yeah, it's a code requirements, and it'll be determined during design of how much we're going to actually need up there. But
Okay.
It'll be a lot, yeah.
Just looking at some of my notes here. I did take a little, you know, we have in District 1 and District 2 significant number of affordable units throughout. So we're not devoid of affordable units in the coastal zone. In fact, I would brag that we're better than any of the other beach cities because we have some of those older apartment complexes that are going for affordable rates that haven't been up substantially as the rates around them went up. And we certainly have some of the highest density development already on the coast compared to the other beach cities. In fact, we're one of the 3 cities that caused the gentleman who started the Coastal Act to write the first initiative because of those high rises and the condo complexes going up and blocking access to the beach. So I take a little offense to some of the wording that was used by your attorney in there, but that notwithstanding, overall, I think we're headed the right direction. I do have a couple asks to see if you're willing to consider. On your plants, you said you want to be environmentally, you know, sensitive, and you have some shade trees and stuff like that. Would you consider native plants were appropriate versus, you know, you have some exotics on there that aren't native to California?
Yes, we're happy to look into.
Okay. And then second, the dual parking, can that be for residential only and then you don't need the valet?
I think the way that we envisioned it to work is that we would have the residential tandems for 2 and 3 bedrooms, and then for the commercial, it would just be for like employees. And so I think we'd like to have the flexibility to have the valet if we need it.
But is there a way you can make the tandem for just the residential?
I think so.
I mean, that's easy if a couple living, you know, in one of your units, they're the most cooperative of.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that right now we have sort of the residential on the 2nd floor.
Yeah.
And the commercial on the 1st floor.
And you have to have some of the dual on the 1st floor?
Yeah, so that's what our thought was, to have it like as for employees, right? Who could then, like,
and then the
a
last
household.
one, although we can't mandate it, would you be willing to consider a bioswale or a deep well on the parkway in front of your facility to take in some of the stormwater off of PCH?
That's definitely a question for my architect.
So you're referring to something in the public way or on our
On the right,
property?
on the parkway, the right-of-way in front off PCH, would you consider taking some of the stormwater runoff from PCH and infiltrating it through a bioswale or deep well?
I think that's something that we could have our civil engineer work with Public Works to determine what that would be, but we want to be cautious because I've been part of some of those projects and they can get very costly.
Yeah, I don't intend to drive costs, but I do.
Involved also.
You know, we just had those rains and the streets turn into a river. It would be nice to, I know you capture everything, you know, from your property into the ground.
Right.
But it'd be nice if you could help us out by taking some of the stormwater off the street and infiltrating it.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can make a good faith effort to do that, but I don't think we can accept it as an unconditional.
Understood and appreciate that. Okay, that concludes my question. Councilmember Waller, you have your hand up?
Yes, I've got a few questions and a few asks as well, I guess. I'm not sure if these are necessarily in order, but the roof patio, there are concerns, well, one of the concerns is the height of the project. And so if the roof patio adds to that, will there be a limitation on the furniture, the use of the patio, anything like that? You know, could there be a large party up there? Could somebody hold a wedding up there? You know, are there limitations to that?
Yeah. Do you want to talk about that? Yeah, so I mean, I don't know if you saw, we brought that patio, we condensed it for a reason. It's supposed to be like a sunrise, sunset, yoga kind of, there's going to be noise restrictions, there's going to be time restrictions, and there's definitely going to be a limit on capacity.
Okay, that's good.
And no amplified. Yes. Yeah, and we would agree to no amplified noise up there as well.
One of the requests, would it be possible to increase the number of trees you have in the parkway? Councilmember Obaji showed the picture of PCH where there were more trees. So right now you've got 5 or 6. Could you end up double? Yeah, I'm not saying commit to a number,
Yeah,
but
I mean,
maximize the number of trees.
I think we can look at it. We're gonna have to talk to our landscape architect, and I wonder if there's a spacing of street trees.
There is a minimum depending on the kind of tree that you plant.
Can you come, excuse me, can you come up here?
Oh.
He's saying there's a minimum we have to plant, so we'd have to work with Public Works on that.
Okay, could you repeat what you said for the record?
Yeah. Apologies. Yeah, there is a street spacing requirement, and it also does depend on the canopy of the trees. We would need to work with our landscape architect and the city to determine the proper spacing.
Yeah, but as dense as possible would be perfect.
Yeah, we originally had palm trees, and we changed those to canopy trees.
No, we don't want palm trees. And California native, of course, would be wonderful.
Providing shade.
Yeah. Is there any way this project could pencil out being a 3-story project? What I hear is the local representative is 4 stories, and 4 stories plus the elevator and everything else. It's just the height and the mass, and that's just the request.
Yeah.
And then the other is you've got 8 affordable units in there. If that is a goal, and I share that goal, having our starter police officers, firefighters, teachers, is there any way of having more of them and potentially being able to target people that work in the city? Instead of having 8 affordable, it's at least a little more palatable. That it's like, hey, you've got it's the state that gave us the density bonus that said you have to have 15%. If it was 30% affordable, that's that many more local, hopefully local people we've got, you know, that are living in our city. Our children, you know, our builder has got children that live in the city. I'd love for my daughter to be able to live in the city. I have other constituents that also write to me saying, I love this project because I want to live in the city, but I want to make sure that, you know, can these kids who are in college right now, can they afford it? So is there any way of increasing that?
Unfortunately, I don't think we can increase them, especially as we've increased the costs with more parking spaces. Also, we are happy to do targeted marketing. So to the extent, I'm always going to preface this with the extent allowed by fair housing law. We are happy to do targeted marketing to police, fire, teachers, nurses, people who work in Redondo. So we are more than happy to make that effort and do a targeted marketing for those units.
Okay, because it'd be great to be able to encourage some of the younger Redondo residents that are here Obviously, we're limited by fair housing laws, I understand that. And then I guess my question to the city staff is, what are the impacts and the risks to the city if we deny this project?
Sure.
Well, in your packet, we received a letter from HCD that concluded the Planning Commission's actions are inconsistent with AB 2011 and described the enforcement actions that the state can take with the Attorney General bringing a lawsuit and subjecting the city to increased fines, attorney's fees, where a court could order the city to approve the project, among other orders.
And that would be the other party's attorney's fees that we'd have to pay, you're saying, or is it?
The Attorney General's fees, opposing counsel's fees, yes.
All right, thank you, Mayor. That's good for me.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Thank you, Mayor. I did have some questions or clarifications for the affordable units. You had said that they're proportionally mixed. So by my calculations, there's around 4 one-bedroom affordable units, 2 to possibly 3 two-bedrooms, and at least 1 3-bedroom unit. Is that about right?
I think that's right. Those are my calculations as well.
Okay. And will they be designated in any particular space in the complex?
So we will work with your city staff on exactly where they're located.
Okay.
But under fair housing law, like they can't be like the worst units, right?
Right,
They have to be spread out throughout the development. They also don't have to be the penthouse units. So they have to be sort of spread out.
Similar finishes, all of
yes.
the things.
Yes.
And correct me if I'm wrong here, you said 5 very low income?
5 very low and 3 moderate.
And 3 moderate. And those standards are set by county income levels that are changed annually, somewhat annually?
Yes, and I have actually, I had printed the LA County affordable guidelines. So in LA County, according to these numbers, the median income for a family of 4 in LA County is about $106,000. Mm-hmm. So for like a 4-person household, a moderate income is 127, and a very low income is like 75.
Okay. So to the extent that these would be city employees or teachers, they would have to meet that criteria in order to qualify for one of those units. I just want to clarify that.
And if they're deed restricted to that, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And then these would be rental units for the affordable units. One of the things that I think is important that we maintain is just the inventory of affordable units. And I think sometimes that is hard to track, and this is one of those unfunded mandates from the state that lies on cities in the administrative burden of tracking and maintaining that inventory. So, to the extent that you as the landlord in that situation would be, participating in all of that maintenance would be extremely helpful, because it does land a huge burden on the city. And we welcome these affordable units, absolutely. It's just how we maintain that is a burden at some level that is not funded by the state. So how we can make that as streamlined as possible in your participation with our staff, we do have a public housing authority, is important. And then my last question is something that you had mentioned, Mayor, about the commercial spaces. And in your presentation, you said you engaged a team to help recruit businesses. And I just wanted to ask, have you spoken to, or have you consulted that team as to how you can make these spaces the most, attractive for these businesses? Because to your point, low ceilings, and what are those other things that you're doing to make these spaces attractive to businesses?
Yes, thanks for the question. Actually, what we have heard from everyone is that if we can get on it early and we can partner and build it out per suit, basically, it would be very beneficial because all of these other mixed-use development, they've been boxes and some businesses cannot run their business inside. So basically trying to find, the businesses that want to be there, but also being able to build out what they actually need. Also, the ceiling heights are high on the first floor.
And so if I can reiterate, maybe if I'm understanding that correctly, right now your engagement is seeking out those businesses and really curating that space to be what is needed for them to thrive in the community?
Yeah, so we have a plan and we have a team in place, but until we get the approval, we have not obviously
Understood.
started
Okay.
to engage.
Well, I do appreciate that, forward thinking in getting that commercial space up and running and contributing to city revenue as well.
It is truly like the center of, the heartbeat of this project. We really do want to try to get it right.
Great. Yeah, great. Those are my questions for now. Thank you.
Can I jump in? Are you intending to keep this building after you build it out, or are you going to sell it?
The whole building?
Yeah.
No, I think our intention is to, or our hope is to build it and sell each unit.
Well, but the commercial and the rental
Let me
and
answer.
Yeah.
Mayor, I'm a resident of Redondo Beach. I may decide to move in one of these units. And I want this place, I have a trust, a nonprofit trust that I am going to designate to own these affordable unit. I have some other affordable units in different cities that are part of my trust. And I intend to run it from there. And I'm going to be in your city long after some of you are here.
But you're intending to keep ownership of this building?
Yes, that's going to keep me young, keep me active.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Councilmember Obaji.
All right, so first, thank you for engaging with us early on, meeting with us, taking our input, and converting, for example, one big conversion was from those palm trees to these that provide more canopy. But my one ask of you, and by the way, I appreciate that you made additional changes and expensive changes to your project after the Planning Commission's denial, and that you appealed it to us to give us the opportunity to get this right, especially in the state's eyes. And so my ask of you, if it's possible, and it's not intended to impose more expense on you, but as you can see, just actually from this image, there's a lot of space where somebody could walk in front of your development that would be directly in the sun. And so I love the tree that you chose, the Arbutus unido, is actually the tree that one of the two trees I have in front of my 3 on a lot in North Redondo. And it grew from a two-foot box to what it is now 4 years later, to about a 10-foot, 12-foot width canopy, and providing a significant canopy. And it's got a beautiful red bark. So based on my grok, which is AI research on the tree, it typically grows to a diameter of 10 to 15 feet on average. That means if they grow, let's say, to 15 feet on average, you could put two 30 feet away from each other, and they'd provide a full canopy over the sidewalk. So I would just ask that you impose a goal of planting these trees about every 30 feet, if that is the breed that you're going to provide here, so that we can eventually get to a full canopy there, because that's going to be a much more pleasant environment for the pedestrians, for the commercial shops that have people coming to them by foot. And by the way, you don't need to start with mature trees. What I found is that 2-foot box trees do better than more mature trees, because when you bring a more mature tree to the site, their roots have shock from the relocation of the transplant. So you get more success, more height, more growth from a smaller tree starting out. And that's my whole request. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Castle.
I just have 2 points. The first is on the trees. We want as many trees as possible, but one of the considerations for the commercial space is visibility. That's a very fast block on PCH. So in order for you to attract and have successful commercial tenants, visibility is going to be key. So there'll be a balance of that. And then I have a question for the architect. Because it is a very fast block of PCH, and I was just looking at the aerial shot of the street line, will there be a setback in front of the building? Because as people come out of the entrance, either to catch ride shares, pick up Ubers, get dropped off, there's no parking currently on that stretch of PCH. So how is that going to be accommodated?
You're meaning like in terms of like maybe a turnoff for a curb cut
or I know that there's an easement on the other side of PCH, but I don't think there is on this side of PCH, is there? So that when people are literally coming out the entrance there's nowhere to get dropped off or picked up. There will be.
There's some parking in front of PCH, some parking, about half of the property.
Okay. So there is some space.
There is some time, yeah, down towards the other side there, and then we have about 12 feet from the curb to the face of our to our property line, and then an additional 3 feet.
Okay.
That we are currently setting back, plus the entry courtyard that is fairly deep to the center of the building as well.
Okay. Those are my 2 points.
Okay, Councilmember Obachi, you have your hand up again.
One follow-on.
Again?
Councilmember Castle's comment. So what we've recognized on Artesia Boulevard is a lot of our flat signs against the storefronts aren't visible to the cars driving by. This isn't a requirement I'm going to ask you to impose, but consider offering your future tenants blade signs. You see them at International Boardwalk, we put them in, but they increase the aesthetic. They also cause cars to slow down to see what's there and increase the visibility of your tenants. But that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else for the developer? Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
I have a question for staff. Where we're putting that keep clear zone, does that change the sensors for the traffic light? I think there's more for Ryan.
Yeah, why don't we have Ryan answer that question?
Yes, that might change the location of the loop sensors. So they would need to work with Caltrans to relocate those loops, push them a bit further back.
So you'd have to put like one up front and then one behind the keep clear zone?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, and for the turn lane as well, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
So that's something they can work out with Caltrans through an encroachment permit.
Okay, and who's responsible for the keep clear? That's us, right?
We can condition it to the developer so they can install it at their cost or pay the city if we install it ourselves.
Okay,
so that can be part of their offsite improvements. When they redo the sidewalk and curb, they can do the keep clear zone at that time.
And because the setback got decreased, that's not going to impact the sight line for turning out of this development into, not off of Pearl onto PCH? The sight lines are maintained and safe around that corner?
Yes, they do maintain the sight lines there.
Okay.
Part of the change that they made to the project was that 20 feet of driveway that is 5% or less. So that was a request from me, so that when you are exiting that driveway, you're on a more level ground and you can see the sidewalk.
Yeah, I'm talking about as people come off Pearl onto PCH.
So that's part of it. And so as you navigate the sidewalk and you pull out of the driveway, there's that angled parking to your left, and so they can creep into that angled parking area to check for traffic.
Okay, thank you.
So there's sufficient length for almost a full length of a car, partially in the driveway pan and partially in the street, and they can look to the left and right.
Thank you, appreciate it. Okay, I have nothing. Is your hand still up? Okay. I have nothing else from the council, so does any member of the public wish to address this item? We'll take the written comments first. Okay, first is Barbara Zipper, and then Devin Knoll.
Thank you. Can we go back to one of your slides that shows the neighborhood and where this location is?
Who's driving?
So anyway, my name is Barbara. I've been a resident since '96. And this is what I will be looking at from my place on Francisca.
I think it's down
And,
further.
you know, a few years ago, I sunk about $500,000 to get my ocean view, that now this building will be my view. And poor me, I know. But I just wanted to take a look at the neighborhood, and just so that you understand what, 4 stories, everything else that you're looking at in that whole area is max of 2. This is grossly oversized for the neighborhood. If I ask anything, take out the commercial, make it all residential. That's what we need, is residential. You got strip malls down the street that are all empty. Just give us the residential, that's what we need. Give us the affordable housing, but make it right-sized. And then the other is, I'm kind of blown away that the fire department says, no impact? It's okay for me. I'm only 2 blocks away. 2 minutes versus 4 minutes response, I'm okay. Somebody else, 10 minutes versus 20, that's a different story. Anyway, I just want you to really just take a look at what you're doing. But we need the development. That place has been sitting empty for how many years? I understand it, but just right-size it and take a look at the whole neighborhood and do what's right for the people that live there. So I appreciate you listening to me, but just make it so that it makes sense for us. And thank you.
Okay, and 2 cards stuck together. So the next second is Simon Fabelum. Can't quite read the writing. Did I get that right?
Close enough, close enough. Thank you very much. You know, we're comparing what magazines we got published in earlier. I got published in Forbes, and the publications were on compromise, communication, and maneuverability. So I'm gonna talk about myself real quick. I'm a local physician, and I'm the first in my family, and I grew up in poverty, and I finally got a chance to live in Redondo. I worked really hard, okay? And this project is not for people like myself, my past self, okay? It may be for people that are currently, like myself currently, or have a higher, you know, economic status, okay? This is luxury living. This is not a resolution to the current housing crisis we have here in Redondo, which I agree, we have a housing crisis. Okay, so the other piece, I just want to remind you all, the current administration loves lawsuits. We should consider, if we need to, join the current administration, whether or not we agree with the politics, that lawsuits are the current way and form of doing things, just as a reminder. Okay, and then also, there have been a lot of promises here with the words with might, could, possibly. And I was here last time too, and you know, the attorney behind me, she's great at her job, and she's really good at telling you what you need to do. But remember, safety is a gray area, okay? There's some coding that talks about safety, and safety is a really big gray area that we should consider. Okay, so the other piece is, you know, let me see here. I think that the way they're approaching this is to sidestep the community. It's to get this building in, and it's not about listening to the community or listening to you or your questions. It's about answering your questions to the legal line so they can get here, rather than listening to the community. We had tons of feedback last time, and they came back, unfortunately and fortunately, with some extra parking spaces, but all the other stuff that we talked about, we're concerned about, the reason it was denied was really kind of sidestepped. And so, you know, past behavior is a predictor of future behavior. So when the shovels are in the ground and something goes awry, we're gonna be back here over and over again talking about like threats of like, okay, well, California's come down and gonna tell you to let us do this, or let us do that. So just as a reminder that, past behavior is predictor of future behavior. And then, safety is a gray area, and the way it will get exploited unless the council puts a halt to it or considers ways to maneuver around what's given. Thank you very much. I really appreciate this.
Thank you. Devin Null? Is Devin Null here?
How's it going, everyone? Very disorganized, so I apologize ahead of time. Mostly for Seema and Ben, thank you for coming out and actually letting us hear your voice. A lot nicer than the lawyer. The legalese was, the threats were not great. I just wanted to bring up, I live down the street from this. I live just about a block and a half away. Family's been there for many years. Family used to own the houses just right behind the development across the street. Not anymore, but so we've been in the area for a long time. I think that the report that was done on the traffic analysis is wildly out of line. I know that Seema was talking about how we're looking to change trends and people are going to ride their bikes and walk to work and all this stuff. Does anyone here not have a car?
You have to address us, sir.
Oh,
I'm
sorry. Do any of you not have a car? I imagine none. So there's a reason that we have at least one car per unit or 2 cars for 2+ units. And it's not, because we're all we're behind the times, it's because that's just how things work around here. So with the addition of these 3-unit properties, the number that they're giving, I think it was something around the lines of 0.68 cars per unit or 0.12 cars per unit for the 2 or 3 bedrooms. And that's just wildly changes the numbers. We come out to 61 residential spaces using these numbers, but when you change the numbers a little bit, I also like to play around with AI. I took those numbers, threw it into Claude, gave it little sliders and stuff so we could see okay, what happens if we've got 1.2 cars per unit or 2 cars per unit. So it's these single bedroom units are not just gonna have one person in them. People have partners. That's gonna be 2 cars per unit for not all of them, but a decent chunk. Then you've got the 2 bedrooms, you have kids, they're 15, they get their driver's license or their permit. Now we've got 3 cars per unit. And all of this is gonna start bleeding out into an area where, in the evening when you're trying to find a parking spot after working all day, you've got maybe 5-6 spots in the area, and it gets especially bad when it's street sweeping. Now everyone's parked on one side. I live over on Catalina, and we have to drive over to Broadway to go find parking, and sometimes it's a battle. So I just want to
And you forced me onto Elvira.
Yeah, your spot specifically I try and take. But realistically, I just want to appeal to Ben and Seema, just really do think about this impact here, because it does really suck when we have no place to park. I like the rest of the development. I don't think you need the commercial space. If you took that commercial space out, I think the thing would be perfect and fit. Also, sucks to live in the shade. I can tell you that. Living next to a 4-story apartment complex, I'm in shade half the year. It's not fun.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Andy Lesser, and then Judith Lonsdale.
Okay, Mayor and City Council, I'm going to try to speak fast. It's really ironic, and it was mentioned about the developments on Catalina. The city understood that they made a big mistake when they tried to become Miami Beach West on the Esplanade. And unfortunately now the state is ramming down our throats certain things that you have no power over. However, even though you don't have the power over density and even height, there are things you do have control over, and that's safety. This project reminds me of houses that were built in Hollywood Riviera, designed by an architect in New York, and the only ocean views from all these houses were from the garages. The driveway doesn't belong on Pearl. The driveway belongs on the highway. This is a safety issue. I live on Pearl. The fire trucks, the ambulances, the rescue vehicles, they all go up and down Pearl. Mostly they go up on Pearl, eastbound, day and night. That is a major route. There's going to be traffic congestion. I'm glad you mentioned the traffic loop. There's a keep clear for Children's Journey, but the loops weren't changed, so people that sit behind the keep clear line, the signals don't change. I think Barbara's idea was brilliant. If this thing could pencil out as just residential, you could lower it. But speaking of the height, this roof deck, 2 of them, even if there's no amplified music, there's going to be parties up there. There's going to be events. In the evening, I can hear the seals and the sea lions from the ocean. Imagine the noise impact is going to be when some residents decide they're going to have parties up on that deck. This thing is just designed wrong. It's just designed wrong. It's too big. It's too tall. It's not safe. There's a big building on Broadway and Torrance Boulevard, the northeast corner. It goes right to the sidewalk, right to the property line, and it's blind, and there's accidents. There are going to be traffic accidents at Pearl and PCH. One of my neighbors sent me a graphic that I sent to you, what happens when the cars pile up waiting to go in and out of this garage, and it's going to be a disaster. You know, before ground is broken, that's when you can go back and redesign the whole thing. Really. Residential, 3 stories high, driveway on Pacific Coast Highway, dedicated right turn lane for southbound traffic, and even would consider traffic signal with a protected left turn arrow for northbound PCH into the project. Thank you so much, everybody.
Judith Lonsdale, and that's the last card I have. Or maybe not.
Hello, I'm Judith Lonsdale. I live just up the street on Pearl. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate learning that some of you live right in the neighborhood because you have a far better, clearer understanding of the nature of this neighborhood and the way that it feels to live and function within that space. The lawyer who represents the development company and the gentleman who came here as the face of the development and the beautiful projects that he's created in the past and says that he hopes to create here is all very well and good, but I would like to raise, I think as I did before the Planning Commission by Zoom, that this particular property, this particular location, it was open and they were on notice from the outset that they are 1 block from Fire Station number 1. And I'm really surprised that the representative from that fire station said that it's not a designated route, because living right there, as do the other neighbors with whom you've spoken tonight, we know that ambulances and fire engines, usually 1 or more vehicles with lights and sirens, go up and down Pearl Street. I won't say without ceasing, but it's a common event. I would say generally it's at least 2 or 3 times every 24 hours. And the thought that somebody is not going to get emergency services as quickly as they should and as they are getting them now, it really scares me. And the fact that the fire department says that it's not an issue, I'm surprised and a little bit incredulous. I'm sure there's alternate routes that they can find, but that takes time. And the good thing about Pearl as the access route for them is that they can make a straight shot east and from there go down Camino Real and Sepulveda or over further. In any case, I am very concerned about the traffic impact. There are e-bike riders and cars continuously running this 4-way stop at Pearl and Francisca. and to think about there being the intensity, the impact of the density of new residents in that complex. You don't have to be a mathematician or a a traffic engineer to know what's going to happen. We've had crashes there in the past, there'll be more in the future. I thank you all for your time. Safety is the non-negotiable and is where you have
Okay, thank you. Your
discretion.
time's up, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, Mark Finnegan.
All right, first of all, thank you for your service. Mark Finnegan, District 1 under Waller. By the way, I love the newsletter.
Thank you.
We do appreciate that. Are we able to go to the slide that shows the Pearl entrance? I think it was 14. Is that possible for this discussion? Yeah, so first of all, I know the hands are tied by these state regulations, but we keep talking about 4 stories. This is a 5-story building because there is a roof deck and there's going to be a stairwell on top. So it is a 5-story building. I don't think South Redondo needs to go to 5 stories. Manhattan Hermosa just built those beautiful Skechers building. They're 3 stories. They're going to bring in a bunch of revenue. I also agree that this should be 100% residential. The commercial space, in my opinion, is not feasible underneath. And so I think the income for the city can be managed elsewhere. But my main concern is also what other people are sharing is the entrance on Pearl Street. So my house is right next to them on Pearl Street. And the only way to get to my driveway is if I'm coming from the ocean from the fire station. And that's the only way in, because if I'm coming off PCH or from Pearl Street East, I can't make a left turn safely because cars back up. Even with the sign that you have on the other side, cars are still going to be there, number one. But even with a sign there, you can't safely slow down and make a left turn. So the only way into this building is going to be coming from the Esplanade or from the Elks or from the fire station and then queuing, which means the irony is it's going to actually make PCH traffic worse because they're going to have so many cars queuing on Pearl Street that light is going to constantly stop people on PCH. So PCH is built for throughput. It's built for cars moving quickly. And the irony is they're going to back up Pearl and that light is going to stop people before they get to Torrance Boulevard. So I propose moving it to the high throughput area, which there's already 3 driveways built in front of like 401. I don't know the exact numbers, but there's like 4 lots there. There's 3 driveway entrances. They put those there for a reason. Again, back to the fire station comment, I'm surprised that he said that too, because the fire department comes up Pearl Street, and when cars are backed up there, seconds matter. And if we can just shift that to PCH, I think it's going to make a bigger impact to the commercial space underneath, because again, it's going to create a traffic nightmare, and it's going to push all people onto Broadway. You're going to have people come down Pearl Street, make a U-turn from the fire station, and take up parking and create a hazardous environment, especially for those kids walking to the preschool at 209 or at 342 PCH right there. Yeah. So again, I think I credit them for making the modifications. I do believe we do have to develop the area. I'm a homeowner, so I want to see something great go in there. But I do feel the safety is an issue here. It's a 5-story building, and a major Carmageddon incidents can happen on Pearl Street. I've seen 2 dogs get hit in the past 2 years there. Kids almost get run over. Again, shift it from Pearl Street to Broadway. Or sorry, PCH. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thad Jones. And then Holly Osborne.
Thank you for your time. My name is Thad. I live on Francisca. I've been there for 10 years. I have a little experience with the city. I do home design, and so I've done renovations for residents, and I've lived by all the rules that you guys have put forward, from height restrictions to setbacks, and they all make sense. But what I'm curious about is why we would bend these rules for a developer to come in and build something that when you put that slide up and showed the elevation just seemed enormous and off-putting. I'm very disorganized because I hadn't planned on being here, and I think there's a lot of other neighbors that care deeply about this and are sickened by it, but they're out making their livings and have busy lives and don't understand this process for obvious reasons. But I can assure you, there's a lot more people that would really be put off by what's happening here. I guess I agree with all my other neighbors that something should be put here. I mean, that is development. I knew when I lived there or when I bought there that at some point things get built up. But personally, I will lose all of my ocean view, all of it. And if it happened with a 3-story building that fell within code, I left a message for you today. I understand that, and that's what I bought into. But when you build a 4-story that turns into a 5-story with elevators and umbrellas and shade structures, I'm hoping that you guys represent us, represent me as a resident, because we're all playing by the rules and abide by the rules, and I feel like this development does not do that. So, thank you.
Thank you. Holly Osborne and then Alex Feynman.
Holly Osborne, I'm in District 5. At the Planning Commission, right after I went and heard all these same arguments, I wrote and said, why don't you take off the commercial and just, have the residential? And that was the first suggestion made tonight, and several other people made it too. So I just wish you guys would ask them, would it pencil out if you just got rid of the commercial? Because I've heard the mayor say he didn't expect anything on the commercial to go in there anyway, realistically. So if that would help, just do it. And the other thing, this is way personal, about the parking. I hate tandem parking. I mean, I live where everybody's got a single driveway and 2-car garage, and they put one in the driveway and one on the street. I don't, because I only have one car. But tandem parking, please. I don't think that solves anything. And the other thing I don't think solves anything is compact parking, okay? That's just an indication to scratch your car. And I just did that against another car a couple weeks ago, and you know how emotional I get about things when they're going, well, you didn't want to see me then. Okay, so no tandem parking, no compact parking, get rid of the commercial, and then you'll have enough parking, and I think that'll make all your units more attractive and easily sellable, so you won't have a bunch of empty ones like that other place. Okay, ask the question on my extra minute.
Okay, Alex? And that, I think, is the last card I have.
Good evening, council members. I'm Alex Feynman. I'm a Redondo Beach homeowner and a parent. And I'm here to speak in favor of this project, but before I do that, I also want to say that a planning commissioner asked me publicly following the planning commission meeting in December if I'm paid by developers, and I'm not. I am here on my own time because I am a resident, and I believe that more housing is not only necessary, but enriches our city's future. And despite that commissioner's skepticism, you have plenty of constituents like me who are pro-housing. I've lived in the beach cities for 16 years. I've been in Redondo for the past 4 years, and I'm here to tell you that I want to live in Redondo for the next 30 or 40 or more years, and I hope my kids can too. And to make that possible, we have to stop trying to preserve Redondo Beach exactly the way it is physically, and instead plan to accommodate and embrace future generations of residents. Mayor Light, you posted on social media recently about your trip to Washington, D.C. I was really encouraged by that for the U.S. Conference of Mayors. You said that you heard what other cities are doing about the housing crisis and global warming, and I hope to see that placed into action right here in Redondo. This project is exactly the kind of solution that forward-thinking cities are adopting. Infill development on a transit corridor in walking distance of schools and commercial centers reduces car dependency, adds 49 homes, including missing middle and affordable units, without displacing a single resident. The city has already recognized the importance of this site by including it in its recent draft housing element, and I appreciate the city's recognition that this project is a key part of addressing our housing shortage, and I trust that it will be approved in accordance with the housing element. Please grant this appeal and approve this project. Let's use this as an opportunity to begin a forward-looking approach and position Redondo Beach as a leader, not in fighting, but in building housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? You guys are going to have to race each other.
Georgette Gander, District 2. The only thing I wanted to ask about is one of the concessions was that the developer said, I guess they have a 1.5 FAR that's indicated, but they're asking for 2.58. That's not in keeping with maybe fairness. We're not talking about beach cities, but that doesn't seem fair. So hopefully that isn't under consideration.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Wayne Craig, resident of District 1. I was at the Planning Commission when we heard this. There's a couple things that I probably should mention about is if you haven't watched the Planning Commission, you should, because that should be a commercial that should be used for why we need to have our neighborhood voices, the initiative passed at Sacramento, because this is why we don't have zoning control anymore. It's taken away from us. And if you don't think this is a unique problem or unique situation, the same developer that we're hearing tonight is actually building the exact same building in another location in the city, from what I understand. They proposed a plan for Inglewood Avenue 190th. That project is not going to be even coming to the Planning Commission, because it's not in the coastal zone. So this is being replicated as we speak in other locations in the city. Now, a couple things I wanted to say about this project that were concerning is that we did ask for, we talked about the parking, which is an important consideration. And using our current methodology, it's actually about 45 parking spaces short. I think it's, you have to add, the last part of the component was for every 11 units, you're supposed to have one visitor parking, I think. So it's about 45. And the parking study, while they didn't provide it prior to our meeting, they did it in the middle of January. Worst possible time of the year. If you ever, I lived around there as the mayor does, I think we can attest to how parking is during the summer months. It's pretty bad. The Elks Lodge, which I'm a member down the street, tonight, you can't find a parking spot over there because all the Elks members are parking to go to the lodge to walk down the street. So even it's going to be a very impacted quite a bit over there. Also, the couple of things that were interesting in the parking study they found were, one, they said, currently, there's a queue of 4 cars that might be going out to Pearl to PCH. And they said after the project was built, they didn't anticipate that getting any larger. I don't know how that's possible, but adding that many more units and not including it, not increasing that. Also on page 7, it said they didn't have a concern about emergency egress because when people see flashing lights, they move their cars. Well, you can't move your car if you're in a queue, right? I know, Mayor Latt, you did traffic studies in your prior career. I think there's some problems with that study. So even though the study was done, I think there's some issues that could come up on it. And finally, like I said, I think it's a better project than what we had. I'm glad that the Planning Commission did weigh in on the way we did. We looked at the safety considerations. I'm a little concerned that the Coastal Commission kind of weighed in the way they did because they've been adamant about allowing public parking for years, and suddenly they write a letter saying the opposite. And also, finally, I'm a little concerned that the fire department, who basically said there was going to be no impact. There are a lot of cars that go up and down that street, and Mayor Light, I'm sure you see it as well as I do. I stop a lot of times because the fire trucks are, I drive up and down Broadway, I see trucks going by there all the time, just like they go in front of our houses. So I'm concerned about that, and that we don't inadvertently create a bigger problem later. So it's a better project. Thankfully, it's still not going to be enough parking, and I think in a few years from now, we're all going to be going, wow, that was really not a great idea. Thanks.
Thank you. Hi, Sheila. 2 times tonight.
Good evening again. I want to speak to one narrow but important point in the administrative report because it goes to the heart of how we protect coastal access while operating under increasingly constrained state housing law. The report notes that the originally proposed parking supply may have been sufficient based on a shared parking utilization study. I don't dispute that from a traffic engineering standpoint, but sufficiency is not the legal standard in the coastal zone. LCP compliance is the standard. The Planning Commission's strongest and most defensible finding was not about whether the project could function operationally with fewer spaces. It was that the project failed to meet the LCP's objective commercial parking requirement, a requirement that exists for a reason: to protect public access to the coast, the harbor, and the pier. This distinction matters. If we collapse objective coastal standards into general performance modeling, we effectively turn the LCP into a suggestion rather than a governing document. I appreciated the applicant revising the project to comply with the LCP standard. That is how this is supposed to work. I also want to acknowledge the Coastal Commission's guidance cited in the report, that broad statements about limiting access to coastal resources is not by themselves objective standards that can support denial of AB 2011. I agree with the legal framing, but I want to be clear. The Coastal Commission was not saying that the coastal access doesn't matter. They were saying that we must anchor our decisions to objective written standards in the LCP rather than to general policy language. But I also want to be clear, the Planning Commission did exactly what we want them to do, what we asked them to do. They applied the local coastal program faithfully to the residents. What's new and deeply concerning is that the state is asserting that local coastal protections can be overridden by housing statutes. This is concerning for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on this matter?
I would. I'm just another one of the neighbors, and I want to talk about.
Could you state your name for the record, sir?
Brian Lane.
Thank you.
Okay. I was really interested to hear this gentleman's comments about turning left into his place on Pearl Street, because the traffic study says that 90% of the people in the complex are going to be doing exactly that. And not only going to be doing that, but they're going to be doing it even closer to Pacific Coast Highway than he says is really hard to do. And I think you all received an email from Andy that has a bunch of slides on it that show the problem with trying to turn left when you're barely onto Pearl Street coming off of PCH. The keep clear thing is not going to be perfect, traffic engineer Ryan, and occasionally there's going to be a backup there, and all it takes is one car waiting to turn left into the new complex. The next car that wants to go right on Pearl is out of luck. There's going to be surprised by a car just stopped there, almost in the crosswalk, and they're going to be now stuck on PCH. So I hope the police are ready to go down there a lot, and it'll be good that the fire station is close by too, because it's going to be a pretty active area. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on this item? Anyone online?
Yes. Okay, let's see. Grace Peng.
Go ahead, Grace.
This is Grace Peng. I'm making a comment on behalf of League of Women Voters. We're a good governance organization, and I have been following state housing law and looking at this project. I have on February 13th, the city released our revised housing element, and under the section D, removing governmental constraints, the city noted that our parking requirements, the city requires 2 parking spaces regardless of the size of the unit. Now, this is very unusual amongst cities in California. In fact, we are the only urban city in California that requires the same amount of parking for a single family home as for a studio apartment. Now, further on page 120, we promised HCD that we would address and remove the parking constraint by November 2023. Our deadline has passed and we haven't done anything about that. So asking for for very expensive additional underground parking spaces so that existing residents in the area can continue to enjoy abundant free street parking is an unfunded mandate. Not only is it imposing the same, imposing the same parking for all units regardless of size unusual, imposing the same parking tax on very low income residents as residents in a mansion is doubly unusual. I mean, it's ludicrous. People are low income for myriad reasons, but often because they're disabled and they can't drive. And so they're not going to own as many cars. And you already have visitor parking requirements of 1/4 to 1/2 per unit. Then also, low-income households own fewer cars simply because they're expensive. And we're not expecting that many cars from low-income people or from seniors. And I also see that this is within a couple blocks of the high school. And according to the finance department of the state of California, Redondo Beach Unified School District is expected to lose 18% of our student population between 2024 school year and 2035 school year. And if we don't want our Redondo Beach Unified School District to fall off a fiscal cliff, we need to bring
Okay,
in
thank you. Your
younger
time's up.
Next person is Nancy Skiba.
Go ahead, Nancy.
Hi, good evening again. Nancy Skiba, District 4. A few items I would like to say. First off, I think if they want more available housing, I think they should get rid of that commercial stuff too. I believe the thing is a gargantuan monster. It's too big. It's going to tower over houses, and it's just too gigantic. The parking is, the driveway is ridiculous because they should have another one. What if there's a big crash and then nobody can exit or enter the building? That's basically mostly what I'm worried about. And besides, we also need more housing for renters. They're making these places for people who are buying units, but we have a problem in this area of people who are renters who are looking for units too. And then to say that they would take the available low-income ones or the more affordable ones and shuttle them off to like city employees who have a good salary, it makes it very difficult then for other people to try to compete and get an apartment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next.
Anyone else?
Yes. Next person is
Go to the
Mark
phone,
Nelson.
Then we'll go back to in-person. So one more by phone and then in-person, then we'll go back to the phone.
Okay. Mark?
Okay, I'm up, thanks. So HCD and Coastal Commission staff seem to be pretty much aligned that the developer's plans are supported by state law. I don't agree with a whole lot of what comes out of Sacramento, but it seems to be settled law as best I can see based on the city attorney and the planning director's views. Despite that, the council's been showing a robust concern for neighbors who are speaking and the adjacent C2 R3 abutting property. And those are properties that have either higher densities or have ways to get overlays that give them more density. So I'm not as concerned about C2s and R3s as I am R1s. The council's raised concerns about traffic, height, setbacks, and even a desire for carve-outs for residents and city employees. This is in stark contrast to the city's absence regarding those R1 neighbors adjacent to other developments. If these C2 and R3 neighbors get a 45-foot limit on the projects around them, certainly R1 should get that or better, say 40-foot. The biggest issue that I see here is that these local neighbors haven't lawyered up yet. The city rolled over when Beach Cities hired AES's pro-development attorneys and rolled over to that FAR 1.25. Now, that's a 10-acre lot. It's got plenty of room for setbacks and plenty of room for height limits, and it can accommodate a 1.25 FAR easily. These urban landlocked sites like this one don't have that advantage, and that's where state law tends to bind. So lawyering up's not a lesson that's been lost on other neighbors, and I know these folks probably decided it just wasn't worth the fight. But at this stage, it seems like the city should save the money and go with HCD and coastal, because based on my experience of having to actually appeal a development to the Coastal Commission over the top of a city and prevailing at coastal, when coastal says they support you, they will support you. So I think you've got a case here that might be best settled right here and right now. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else?
The next person is Laura Duke. Oh, you were going to have, I'm sorry.
We're going to go local and then we'll go to Laura.
Okay, great. Go ahead. Sorry, I just.
Hi, my name is Ken Taylor. I've lived here and my wife for 14 years. We love the beach area. But before we came here, we lived in Manhattan Beach, 35 years. I raised my family there. I love Manhattan Beach. It's a great place, but it's become so congested, we had to move. And all I ask is that you do your best and not let this become another Manhattan Beach. Thank you.
Okay, now Laura.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
Are you there, Laura?
Yep. You hear me?
Yep.
All right. Good evening again, Laura Duke, District 3. Yeah, I just had a couple sort of random bits of feedback as I've been listening. For one thing, I pulled up the zoning map, and I mean, I may have it wrong, but it looks to me like it's C4 where we're talking about commercial 4-story. So funny about that, like everything south of it is commercial 2-story, like I think that Barbara resident pointed out. And as we know, we drive along PCH and everything seems pretty height respectful. So question on that is like, is this going to have to be a Measure DD vote, Article 27? Because it doesn't say anything about mixed use, which just north of it, it's mixed use at 3 stories. So I'm a little confused on that and something that clearly needs to be addressed if it's a thing. The presentation of a 3-foot setback, did I have that right? That just seems completely absurd if that's true. It's echoes of Legato, where you go by there and what was supposed to be a respectable setback is not. City staff, please show the zoning maps again. It just is very helpful with these things, so we can all get an idea of what we're talking about. Dr. Lesser, great points on hearing seals. When you have any kind of structures that are going to be obstructive like this, especially looks like 4+ almost stories, it's a concern, and the residents have a right to be concerned. Kensington at Nob Hill is kept to 2 stories. I know that's a PCF community facility zone, which is different, but the Coastal Commission or the Coastal Act, I know west of PCH, is trying to limit to 2 stories, if I have that right. And Kensington abided by that. So that's why it doesn't look like a monstrosity when you go by it. And their setbacks are very respectable, unlike what I just saw tonight. Couple other things, PV estates, how do the PV cities fight these state restrictions? And I know people have to kind of lawyer up, like Mark Nelson said, and I think that that's what needs to happen. I thought we were a charter city, so I thought we had stronger local zoning say in these things. One last thing is, thank you, Sheila Lamb, Wayne Craig, and others on the Planning Commission for always doing your thorough homework and for looking out for the residents. And same to other residents like Holly Osborne, who's always so strong on these matters. I'm all the way to Prospect by the high school and I can hear the seals. So it may sound cheesy, but it's a pretty beautiful thing that we all, if we lose that, it would be a sad thing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next person, Nike Schwartz.
Hi, everybody. I've been a resident of Redondo Beach since 2014, and I love it. I live catty corner to the firehouse, and I just want to say, I don't know all of your legalese or the initials or things, but I just want to say, parking here is already a nightmare. due respect to the firehouse, they take 2 blocks of parking. And then there's the women's club, which makes parking a nightmare, and then the summer beach, and then the alternate side of the street parking. It's just so noisy when the women's club have parties. It's like they're right in my kitchen. So please, please, please don't make living here more difficult than it is. It sounds like first world problems, but thank you so much for hearing me, and please vote with us in mind. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next person. Ariane O'Brien. There you go.
What's the name?
Ariane.
Can you hear me?
We can barely hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, there you
Sorry.
go. Ariane.
Oh,
Hi.
good.
Thank
Hi.
you so much for your time tonight. I'm a local resident and have been in the area for the past 25 years. I'm a mother of 3 small children and a representative of other families in our neighborhood with small children. I spoke at the last meeting and in person, I'm speaking again. This is still a dangerous and negligible project. The proposed height is still a major concern. Parking and traffic studies done within the past 6 to 12 weeks isn't a true reflection of what the city, a beach city, needs. The Pearl Street entrance still has yet to be addressed. I have concerns if anyone has consulted with the fire department around the corner. Allowing this project is dangerous and negligible. A kid is going to get hit. There's dogs that have been hit. There's car accidents that happen at that intersection. I cannot believe you guys have not changed this yet. I don't even think anyone's thought about what's happened if there's delivery trucks. When delivery trucks start coming in for any of the residents or moving, any of that. It won't work. I don't see it working. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see. That's all for Zoom. And then for e-comments, oh, wait a minute. Hudson Brand.
Hello, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. Mayor Light and council members, my name is Hudson Hawk Brand, a District 1 Redondo Beach resident speaking in strong support of item L1, the appeal of the 49-unit mixed-use project at PCH in Pearl Street. As a young person in District 1, I'm passionate about this because my generation is getting priced out of the beach town we call home. Rent is 40% of our paycheck. These homes not only allow us to work in Redondo, but also allow us to have families and give back to the community. This project brings 49 new homes, including 8 affordable ones right by schools, shops, and the pier. Smart, walkable infill that lets families like mine build lives here instead of fleeing inland. Imagine partnering with developers like this to create more options that keep Redondo vibrant and attainable for everyone. It would be an insult to my generation to deny a project that meets zoning and safety standards. There's literally no proven harm. It was denied on a technicality by missing only 20% of the parking requirement. This has been amended and then some. They've stepped up with 24 extra parking spots, a redesigned garage for smoother flow, driveway markings, and have expanded bike racks. This site is key to your revised housing element. Approving it builds good faith towards compliance and avoids tougher mandates. We have a diverse housing stock. Let's embrace more infill to ease prices without losing our character. As President Trump said, I don't want to drive housing prices down. I want to drive housing prices up for people who own their homes. Let's choose partnership over that mindset, built for young families and workers. I urge you to grant the appeal, overturn the denial, and approve this forward-thinking project. Thank you. I'm excited to say Redondo.
Okay, that's it for Zoom. And let's see how, hold on one second, because it looks like another one came in. We have, just want to double check. Okay, so we have 7, 3 support, 3 oppose, and then 1 didn't say.
Okay, thank you.
3 comments.
Okay, I see Councilmember Waller and Obaji, you have your hands up. Is this questions for the developer?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Do you want to hear their rebuttal, or do you want to ask them questions?
I'd like to ask the question first, because it could be part of the rebuttal for a
I
while.
have one more.
Nope.
So,
Another hand
Marcy
raised.
Guillermo.
Go ahead, Marcy. Do you want to hear their rebuttal, or do you want to ask them questions?
I'd like to ask the question first, because it could be part of the rebuttal.
I have one more. Marcy, go ahead. Marcy Guillermo.
Go ahead, Marcy.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, you need to turn down your TV or your computer.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, but you've got another speaker on in your room, and it's interrupting your voice.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Go ahead, Marcy.
Yes, good evening. My name is Marcy Guillermo from District 1. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes, okay.
Yes,
There,
but you've got another speaker on in your room, and it's let's cut it off.
Okay.
okay,
You're not gonna
so
get
thank you
anywhere.
very much for taking my call. The only request I have is that we need to better address the safety concerns from the neighbors that live along Pearl Street. I live nearby. I walk through it, and that street, the way it is right now, is very dangerous. Okay, we have some trees, some skinny parkways along Pearl Avenue, but it's not continuous all the way down through Pacific Coast Highway. If the developer is a member of our community, I believe it's in your best interest to work with us and make that Pearl Street safer for pedestrians, and make sure that you work with your neighbors, the homeowners of the single family units, to make sure that they can exit their garages safely. By the way, we also have more buses that they have a difficult time trying to make a left turn on Pearl Avenue. I've seen it time and time again. We have had so many close calls for accidents. So I would really appreciate that you work with the city and with your neighbors to ensure that Pearl Street is designed in a safe way. Thank you.
Is that it?
Okay.
Okay. Would the applicant come on down for some questions? So I'll ask the first question, and I'll turn it over to you, Councilmember Waller. We've heard several people ask about eliminating the commercial portion of this development. Is that possible? Is that a significant impact to the affordability of the project?
It is, and we're not able to eliminate the commercial
And what's the rationale for that?
because that's part of the project as we're proposing it, and it contributes to providing for the affordable units.
I'm having trouble hearing you.
Sorry, because that is the project that we're proposing, which has the commercial, and that commercial revenue is a central part of providing for the affordable units.
Okay. Okay. Councilmember Waller.
That was my question.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, you took your hand down?
My question.
Well, you hit 3 for 1. Okay, with that, you have your rebuttal period. What's the time limit on? 30?
20.
20 minutes?
20 minutes.
Okay.
I'll make it quick. In closing, we worked in good faith, listened carefully, and made meaningful modifications and investment in response to the feedback. The project meets the objective standards that apply here, including being within the 45-foot height limit under the LCP, and consistent with the city traffic engineer's directions, we've located the driveway access on Pearl. We appreciate your time and consideration, and we're committed to delivering a project the city can be proud of. We respectfully ask for your approval tonight.
Okay, if you could stay up a minute. I think you earlier agreed, or one of your party, to use native plants wherever possible.
Yep.
And you would take a look at Explorer Bioswale or Deep Well off of PCH and I think there was more trees
Just
Closer
maximize.
proximity.
to provide shade, and I think blade signs were in there as well.
I'm not sure, we'll have to check on blade signs. I'm not sure that complies with the ordinance. I think in parts of the city with the sign ordinance that the signs have to be flat against the building, but we can look into that and confirm that.
Do our best, but also I think there is a valid point of signage and making
So
sure it can be seen.
you're accepting those as things you'd take on to do to the best of your ability?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. And that's all of your rebuttal?
That is.
Okay, thank you.
Motion to close public hearing.
I have one more Zoom.
Oh, I think we're close.
Yeah, we're not closed yet. Okay. Deborah Strife. Go ahead. Just asking her to go ahead. Hello?
Are you there? Okay. Well, let's keep going. Before we close, I have a couple questions for staff. Let's see. It sounds like staff drove the driveway to be on Pearl versus PCH. We've had another questions about that from a safety perspective. What's the assessment?
We prefer Pearl from a safety standpoint. Ryan, why don't you address that?
That's correct. That was the driveway location originally proposed by the applicant, and we concurred with that driveway location. Generally, wider and faster streets, we avoid placing driveways on, and if there's an opportunity to place driveways on lower trafficked, smaller streets, that's always the city's preference.
Okay. Thanks. That's all I had. I do want to make a couple statements. Alex Feynman quoted me from social media saying I talked with other cities about housing. And I will tell you that the cities that I spoke with were about how to regain local control, not about we all want to do affordable housing, but we want to be able to balance it at the local level. So I think my social media maybe wasn't precise enough, but that was the context of the discussion at the Council of Mayors. Views, unfortunately, aren't protected in Redondo. We don't have any view ordinance, and the Coastal Act does not protect private views from private homes. It protects public views. So that's not something we can reasonably use as a reason. It sounds like commercial's cooked into their project, and it would be an impediment to construction to consider commercial. We've answered, staff supports an entrance off of Pearl from a safety perspective, and our fire professionals say they can work around more traffic on Pearl, it sounds like. Somebody asked a question on Measure DD. No, Measure DD applies at zoning changes. This is not a zoning change. This is a project, and Measure DD was never aimed at projects. So all those are invalid reasons right now from what I see. So with that, I need a motion from council.
Motion to close public hearing.
Okay, we have a motion to close public hearing.
Second.
We have a second. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, unanimous decision to close the public hearing. I need a motion on the appeal.
Sure.
Oh, Councilmember Obagi.
All right, so just for the residents of Redondo, my fellow neighbors, I got elected 5 years ago on an anti-density platform. And since I got elected and have gotten up here, the very first thing I had to do was vote on a plan to add 2,493 new units to Redondo Beach, a zone for 2,493 new units. And I did that not once, but 3 times to try to get HCD's approval and certification. Later, we'd have a project on Catalina that came forward. And we sat here, that was one of the first projects that was gonna house multiple people, like 5 people in 1 unit with very tiny bedrooms, a concept that's not even contemplated by our ordinances. And I sat here till 4 a.m. trying to figure out a compromise with those developers to get the project. And ultimately, we decided to deny them the project. But the next day, realizing that we're susceptible to action by Our state government, I was on the phone with the developer, asking them to resubmit, meet with the city manager, and bring the project back with some tweaks that address the concerns of the residents in the surrounding community. When they came back, we approved the project without litigation, without enforcement action. I appreciate the Planning Commission's actions here to take into consideration what all the residents said in the neighborhood, take into consideration their understanding of the Coastal Act, and do what they thought was best. And I appreciate the developer's response to what the Planning Commission did here, and in revising the project and providing for more parking to address the requests of the surrounding community. I also thank HCD for providing its unsolicited technical assistance on the subject and giving us this opportunity to make it right. And I'll say this as a final note. To the extent there's frustration in Redondo Beach about towers coming in, it is the future. If you continue to do nothing with regard to our state government. There's going to be elections relative to state senate and state assembly. People are terming out. This is your opportunity to get engaged and find out how your future representatives are going to vote on these state density issues. We all want to achieve affordable housing in Redondo Beach and in the community. But we also, I think, want the community, your local representatives to have some control over the process and some control over what comes in, because I believe that the people sitting up here have a better gauge on what's desired in the neighborhood and what impacts the neighborhood will stomach and won't stomach. So with that said, I'll make a motion to adopt by title only resolution number CC-2602-010 of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, adopting a CEQA exemption declaration and granting the appeal of the Planning Commission's denial, thereby approving the request for a coastal development permit, so on and so forth.
Can we add the 4 things that the developer agreed to?
To the best of your ability, those 4 conditions incorporated.
Do you have heartburn with that?
To call it a condition, I have heartburn with. I mean, if you,
Okay.
if
It's part of the record.
if you're saying that you're asking them to do their best work, and we will do our best on our side of the equation to permit and try to result and achieve those outcomes, we shall. A condition precedent for approval of the project's a different standard.
Okay, yeah, we're not going to muddy the waters. So it's not going to be conditioned. Look, they're in this community. I've seen their work in the community on Catalina, especially, and I take them at their word that they'll do their best to achieve those things. And so it's not a condition.
You are not representing your city properly.
Okay, you're out of line, sir.
I know I'm out of line.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Councilmember Barrett, you have your hand up. Did you?
I do have my hand up, and I agree with what Councilmember Obaji said. I mean, he's been here the longest of all of us up here, so it should be well taken. I did want to say, Mayor, throughout this whole process, the one thing that stuck out to me the most has been the excellent work of our planning department director, Mark Weiner, and our planning manager, Sean Scully. This is not easy work. They've navigated through this process, shepherded it through to the best of their ability, and they should be commended. And I think a large part of that was because they had the full support of our city attorney's office. I mean, there's a number of laws out there that have been referred to tonight, and the mayor's mentioned them. These laws are well intended, but they could have some difficult consequences. And we wouldn't have, I think, gotten here without our city attorney. And our city manager is certainly at the helm on that. I also wanted to recognize really the objective professionalism of our staff. Our transportation engineer, Ryan Liu. I mean, it's not an easy position. You know, we're elected, we signed up to be here and under the microscope. We're able to do what we do because we get the objective, unvarnished input of our professional staff. and they're not wavering and finger in the wind. They're like, hey, here's the facts. And that was very helpful for me. But I especially want to acknowledge the integrity of our fire department, and in particular, their personnel, which is our deputy chief, Jason May, who's coming up here, and he looked at this issue and he gave us the straight shot. And, that can't be easy to do, but it was important, valuable input. So that's really driven me to where I am now, and to fully support Councilmember Obaji's motion. I want to recognize the mayor who has put his heart and soul into this, and I think gotten us a much better product. So thank you for doing that. And that's all.
Okay, thank you. So in that vein, I do want to thank the Planning Commission for their due diligence and their objective criteria. So much, we wouldn't be here today without that, regardless of some of the legal letters that came in. And I do want to acknowledge the developer. Thank you for compromising and helping with that. I think the parking was the big objective standard, and on the commercial side, because there's my interpretation of the state stuff is with residential, we don't have a say anymore, but thank you for accommodating the commercial parking and the quality of the development as it appears on paper. Hope you'll follow through in the development. So with that, I will call the vote. And
I've got a quick, my hand raised.
Okay, well, one last one.
Quick statement.
Public here.
I just want to acknowledge that we have heard you. Almost everybody that was here and spoke are my constituents, and I represent you. We have heard you here, but we also represent the whole city. We represent the fiduciary needs of the city. And, as Planning Commissioner Craig stated, Sacramento is forcing our hands here. They are limiting our ability to act and to be independent. And that is where my vote is coming from. I would love to be able to vote in support of the resident that spoke here, but I think Sacramento is forcing our hand.
Yes. And we're not the only ones facing this. Manhattan Beach has projects, Hermosa has projects, and their hands are tied as well. So I think your advice to appeal at the state, you got to vote for the right people at the state level, because they've tied our hands on this. So with that, I will call the vote. I'll do a roll call vote. For the record, Councilmember Waller.
Aye.
Councilmember Castle.
Aye.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Councilmember Barrett.
Aye.
Okay, the vote is unanimous.
Adopt by title only resolution CC-2602-010 of the City of Redondo Beach, California, adopting a CEQA exemption declaration and granting the appeal of the Planning Commission's denial, thereby approving the request for the coastal development permit pursuant to Government Code 65912.124E, based upon a determination that the project construction of a mixed-use residential condominium project with 49 units, 5 of which are affordable to very low income and 3 of which are affordable to moderate income households, 4 stories and 45 feet in height, with 17,000 square foot of commercial uses on the ground floor and 2 floors of subterranean parking with 129 parking spaces and space for an additional 14 valet parking spaces located at 5 parcels, 750801213, 750801212, 75080121011, 75080121010, 75080120009 within a commercial zone C2 at 401-417 South Pacific Coast Highway, case number 2025-0074, is consistent with all objective standards in the certified LCP with the application of allowable concessions and waivers permitted by the and hereby approved under state density bonus law. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, I think we have a motion for a 10-minute break. Is that something the council will support?
Second.
Okay, motion and a second, all for?
Aye.
Okay. Be back here, let's see, 9:19.
Need signatures.
So is there? Yes, Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Kalujetovich.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
And Councilmember Waller. Councilmember Obaji. Not here. Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, we're jumping to item N1. This is regarding the general fund balance for fiscal year 2024, 2025, which ended on June 30th, 2025.
Councilmember Waller now present.
All right, good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. Stephanie Meyer, Finance Director, and I'm here to bring the year-end carryover item to you tonight. So I will quickly go through this presentation where I'll just talk about the purpose of the report, our general fund revenue and expenditure, and an estimated ending fund balance. Also discuss our recommended use of that fund balance. I'll discuss input from our Budget and Finance Commission, whom we met with last Thursday on the same report, discuss next steps, and I'll end with recommendations for you this evening. So as you'll recall, every year we bring you the estimated unaudited general fund balance at the end of the fiscal year. We also provide you some additional detail on the general fund as the attachment to the general fund financial report. And we present assignments for your consideration. These include proposed carryover for department requests, unspent grant and donations and capital funds, our encumbrances, and then recommended use for any available balance. This is also a step in our fiscal year 24-25 audit process, which is ongoing. And in summary, we have fairly positive results to present to you for the year ending June 30th, 2025. Revenue exceeded estimates by about 3%, and we spent about 2% below budget. So going into our revenue, this is a summary of our general fund revenue by major category. As I just mentioned, we ended about 3.2% ahead of budget. This was primarily in our taxes, which is our largest revenue category. And we also had better than anticipated results in use of money and property, which include our lease revenue and investment-related revenue. I'll just make a note here on transfers in. We use this to record movement between funds within the city. In this case, the difference from budget does not indicate that the general fund received less than anticipated. It just reflects that we recorded revenues differently than we had anticipated at the start of the year. We usually like to provide you more detail for our taxes category, again, as our largest source. And we include some historical data in here for you as well. As you can see, property tax is by far our largest single source and is also one that shows kind of a consistent upward trend. The remainder of our sources are relatively flat and kind of show a little bit more fluctuation as well in the past 5 years. We did have slightly better than anticipated results in both utility users tax and property transfers tax, which was great for us after budgeting, again, fairly flat for a few years. And then finally, in transient occupancy tax, I wanted to point out a few things. You'll notice kind of a big jump between 22-23 and 23-24. That reflects a change in accounting as recommended by our auditors in fiscal year 23-24. So we had, prior to this time, we'd been netting out the payments that we make for our Marine Avenue Hotel properties. When they invoice us back for TOT, our auditors recommended that we report those as gross revenue and gross expense. So we did that in fiscal year 23-24 and 24-25. So while the 9.1 and the 9.0 for these years do represent total revenue received, we've also booked the offsetting expense as a transfer out in our general fund. And I'll note too, you'll see that gross number actually decreases slightly in 24-25. This is something we're looking at, and we anticipate potentially bringing some adjustments to you at mid-year for TOT.
So if you net it out, what did we get from transient occupancy tax?
23-24, the expense was about 2.8 million, and last fiscal year about 2.0, so about 7 million this year net.
So if I may, Mayor, question. So just so I understand, so 23, 24, 24, 25, we're now booking the transit occupancy tax from the Marine Avenue hotels that may be flowing into the
Exactly.
on-site fund, which the city is not perhaps actually receiving. We're still booking that as revenue.
Yes.
Or not.
So we're recording it as revenue, and then we're recording the offsetting expense. So we're showing it go in and out.
In and out.
Yep.
Okay.
And again, that's at the
To be clear,
recommendation.
that's
yeah.
at CLA's recommendation. Our prior auditor liked the net approach. CLA likes the gross revenue transfer out approach.
Okay, thank you.
It's just a very simple chart. What it shows you is, again, kind of the magnitude of property tax compared to our other tax sources, and again, the trend line. So you can see, again, others are contributing a bit less and are fairly flat over time. Moving to expenditure, we ended the year about 2.6 million or 2.3% better than we'd budgeted. Mainly due to savings in our contracts and services line items, offsetting slight overages in personnel. In personnel for 24-25, we did budget quite a bit tighter than we've had in some prior years when we had many millions of dollars of savings. We also had fairly strong hiring in 24-25, and was the first year of the full impact of some of our MOU increases. So all this is somewhat anticipated, but again, overall, we saw savings. Also talk briefly about the transfers out item. You'll see that's a larger item than we're used to seeing here. And this included a number of one-time items approved in the 24-25 budget that we wouldn't see ongoing. So in transfers out, we have a few regular items. We have our subsidy to our street landscaping and lighting district fund. We also budget for our 2021A lease revenue bond payment in this transfers out, and a pass-through payment for our other 2019A bond payment. In addition, this year,
and just to put that into more common nomenclature, that's our pension refinancing bond payment, effectively, to cover our fringe benefits.
Yes, apologies. I'm seeing this way too often. So in addition, in 24-25, we made a $3.1 million contribution to our self-insurance fund using some savings the city had set aside. We also transferred about $3 million to the capital projects fund. That was net zero to the fund because we transferred the expense as well, but we need to actually move the funds. And this is also where we booked the roughly $2 million payment that went into our reserve fund related to the Marine Avenue hotels. And again, that's offset with revenue. So even including these transfers, we ended approximately exactly within budget. On the expense side as well, we're showing you a little bit of historical data according to our major categories. What you can see here is some pickup in spending increase for personnel and fringe, especially the past few years. You can see kind of a corresponding increase in our internal services spending after, again, a few years of fairly flat expenses. And that's something that we anticipate we may see this year as well, and something we'll discuss at mid-year and with our recommendations tonight. And then finally, you can see our transfers out here. As I explained, the 24-25 number is higher than we would anticipate to see moving forward. You can also see the jump from 2021 to 2022. That's the payment for our pension lease revenue bonds. And we have a little line chart for you here as well. Again, this just shows personnel is kind of our largest cost. And you can see the funny shape here represents the movement of our unfunded liability payment, which we used to record as a fringe benefit, to our bond payment, which we're booking in transfers out. We also have our general fund expenditure by department. And again, we have about 1% savings overall, including the encumbrances this time. The one exception we have here is the fire department. This is largely driven by our fairly stringent approach to overtime budgeting that we had in the 23-24 and then again 24-25 budgets, combined with with very strong hiring. We have addressed we have updated our overtime budgeting for 25-26, so we don't expect to see this again this year. This brings us to our estimate for general fund ending balance. We just show you how we get from our starting balance, backing out our contingency reserve and other mandatory designations and transfers to get to our available balance, which we estimate at about 5.2 million. And I will note our starting balance, we round down here, just knowing that we haven't completed the audit, so we may expect some adjustments. So about 5.2 million. We have some recommended uses of this balance for you this evening. The first one is limited department requests. You had a list of those for the general fund in your Exhibit A to the resolution. These are one-time items linked to prior year decision packages, which staff was not able to spend in 1 year, or to other council priorities. And we also have items for donations and for capital. We're also recommending that council set aside funding to support our Harbor Uplands Fund. As we had expected, kind of looking at capital spending the last few years, we anticipated needing some general fund support as we got through kind of built up capital spending needs. So we are estimating about a $2 million need and recommending to set that aside. We would like to make our final transfer based on the year-end audited numbers. This is offset by $1 million transfer in from the Capital Projects Fund. This is related to a restructuring of the pier parking structure project, which Public Works had presented along with the 25-26 CIP. And finally, we are recommending no additional spending pending our mid-year review, which you'll have shortly. We do anticipate bringing some revenue adjustments to you. And again, as I just mentioned, we anticipate potentially some additional needs for our internal service funds. And then as we also look to very shortly getting into 26-27 budget preparation, we want to position ourselves well to fund that. We don't want to recommend that you put $2 million into the CalPERS reserve to take it out again 3 months later. So with the recommendations, including the initial carryover and the net $1 million for our Harbor Upland support, leaves us with about 3.2 million, which we are recommending to leave unallocated. We discussed this information with our Budget and Finance Commission last week at their meeting. They supported limited department carryover. They wanted to focus on items that are absolutely necessary, and in particular mentioned the AES funding. There's about $450,000 of unspent funds for legal fees related to the AES matter. They're very supportive of replenishing the CalPERS Reserve Fund when we have the ability to do so. And then finally, to just maintain other balances unallocated for future priorities, including our unfunded liability payment in 26-27. So our next steps, we expect to be back here in front of you March 17th to look at our mid-year. You'll see our revenue, expenditure, and fund balance estimates at that time and recommended adjustments. We are also continuing to work on our 24-25 ACFR. We are not on regular schedule and not where we hope to be, but I think the additional work that we put in 23-24, especially with our new auditors, and the work to prepare for this will result in a smoother and faster process. So we expect to bring this to you in the next 3 months as opposed to 6. Finally, our recommendations for you this evening: receive and file the report and adopt a resolution to re-budget carryovers and unexpended balances. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Well done. Good summary. Anything you wanted to say?
Yeah, just can't stress enough the need to be cautious and judicious with the remaining unallocated funds there, the 3.2 million. We are going to have adjustment needs at mid-year. We fully anticipate that. Stephanie mentioned transient occupancy tax. We're also seeing a softening of our sales tax projection by probably $300,000. We will probably revise our property tax figures upward a touch to off and mitigate those two issues to a degree, but not fully. And year over year, we typically do see increased internal service fund pressure as a result of our sort of retrospective formula where we look back over the last 3 to 5 years, depending on the internal service fund category, and we make adjustments based on our past history. As you know, our history of claims, litigation expenses, et cetera, have been quite high in recent years, and we do think that will affect and add pressure to the number this fiscal year. So I don't anticipate and sincerely hope we won't need all of that 3.2 million at mid-year, and we will have some residual savings we expect, and our hope is that we would have that as a basis going into the 26-27 fiscal year, and then perhaps avoid having to draw from the pension reserve in the 26-27 year. We can't yet guarantee that. We obviously have a lot of forecasting to do before we could say that definitively, but that it would be nice to have that basis as a starting point. So that's why we're asking for caution there. The Uplands Fund transfer and expectations are as anticipated. We knew whatever capital spending we had last year was going to result in some offset. We planned for half of that with the reconfiguration of the parking structure project, as we discussed, and we expected the other half through the adjustments with our paver project as well as the parking lot execution there at Moldy. So good projects. I think both will bear fruit for us long term. They were good investments in the Uplands, but we did anticipate needing to backstop those expenditures at least this fiscal year. Hopefully, part of the mid-year report will reflect positive structural balance in the Uplands Fund, as it did with the Tidelands Fund last year, which was actually a pleasant surprise at year end. We weren't necessarily certain that we would fully cover expenses with revenues, but it looks like we have. So that was one of the brighter spots of the year-end review. So some good stuff here, but some word of caution going forward, and we will have some continued pressures. And I don't need to remind the council that we balance the 25-26 budget with a $3.5 million draw from the pension reserve to get us through the fiscal year. So we are still dealing with structural issues that we will need to address going into the 26-27 budget preparation.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Castle.
I just had a quick question for you on, I believe it was slide 13, third from the end there. 14. So in terms of recommendations from the Budget and Finance Committee, limited department carryover, replenish CalPERS reserve fund, and maintain the unallocated balance. We've received emails from members of the Finance Commission asking us to increase the $8.6 million reserve to essentially double that. But here it seems like the whole Budget Commission sees these as a bigger priority or a more important priority in terms of any excess funds, which we don't really have at this point, but in the future may. Is that accurate to say?
I guess I would say that sounds accurate for the immediate question. I think if you were to ask them, hey, is this more important than, building our contingency? I would imagine, I think they'd probably start with the CalPERS Reserve Fund.
Okay.
I know that they do, feel very strongly about building the city's reserve, but I think this is a part of it and this is their immediate.
And, what I would add to that is both ultimately provide the same backstop, right? Yeah. The pension reserve fund, while we use it a bit more as a revolving door because we expect to have ebbs and flows with residual fund balance as well as perhaps UAL need, right, which candidly is another thing at mid-year I'm excited to sort of look at, drill into, and report on. Our unfunded accrued liability forecasting is going downward, which for the time being is a significant bright spot. Now, whether or not we can take advantage of that downward trending is another question and something that we're looking into and possibly something we would seriously consider as a structural budget reduction tool going into 26-27. So there are a few things we need to look at. But that in part is why we created the pension reserve fund is because we know we're going to have ebbs and flows to that figure. But it serves as the same backstop as the economic contingency. I mean, the contingency is a percentage of our general fund spending as a policy matter, but the funds being set aside for access by the council, they're accessed effectively the same way.
Right. Okay.
So it's a bit of a difference without a distinction at the end of the day.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, that's all I have. Anyone from the public?
I have none for Zoom or no e-comments on this.
Okay, does anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make the motion, if you could go to the last page so I can read off what you need. To receive and file and report for discussion and possible action regarding the assignment of the general fund balance for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025, and then also adopt by 4/5 vote and by title only resolution number CC 2602-009, a resolution of the City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing the rebudgeted department carryover request and carryover unexpended balances as of June 30th, 2025 for donations, grants, and capital projects.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously.
Okay, adopt by 4/5 vote and by title only resolution number CC-2602-009, a resolution of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing to rebudget departmental carryover requests and carryover unexpended balances as of June 30th, 2025 for donations, grants, and capital projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Stephanie. Okay, the next one is item N2. This is regarding our next strategic planning session. Luke, you've got the floor.
Yeah, I think I'll cover this one, Mayor. Really seeking sort of direction on two things tonight. Formally setting the date for our next strategic planning session, assuming we're going to have one. We are tentatively suggesting one of the final 2 Tuesdays in the month of March. There's 5 Tuesdays in March next month. There's which leaves us the 24th or the 31st. Both days work for us, and I think we should pick one of those so we can start planning around that date. The other item, and this is really in response to Councilmember Obaji's referral to discuss whether or not we want to consider any format changes to our strategic planning process, and we're open to direction on that. I think as was contemplated in the referral, perhaps a more simplistic review this year in recognition of the fact that we continue to work on the plan that has been described. There are still a multitude of objectives in there that we are actively working towards completing, as well as several of those that we have already finished lend themselves to secondary phase work that we might also be working on. So if the council desires to sort of a continuation of the plan that we've currently constructed with an update, that's perhaps something that we can facilitate in a more, call it staff efficient way without the need of a third-party facilitator consultant. If council feels like, hey, we ought to revisit our goals, revisit sort of outstanding threats, perhaps think more strategically long-term, and really draw on that facilitation resource, then our recommendation would be for us to kind of, use leading resources that we have in the past, kind of business as usual, and re-engage in a more traditional format for this upcoming goal-setting meeting. We're open to either. I think it really comes down to how the council feels about the current strat plan and whether or not you see significant revisions to it, or you feel like we want to continue to work the plan that's been described. We're all for efficiency from a staff perspective. And as you all know, and I think this goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway, we are at capacity. We have a lot of outstanding capital projects. We have a lot of policy matters that we're working on. We have a lot of state mandates that we're filtering through and sifting through. And as I've shared with all of you, both publicly and privately, we are really at capacity from a staffing standpoint. So we don't have a ton of bandwidth for a whole bunch of new objectives. I think that's fairly easily stated, but we're always open to review and in a sense, reconfiguring the objectives that we have in place if that's the council's desire. So that's a bit of a preamble. I can turn it over to Councilmember Obaji. This really is in response to his referral, so I'll let him add any additional color, but that's my understanding of tonight's discussion as much as anything.
Thanks, Mayor.
Yes.
All right, so thank you for that. City Manager was Szymanski. Obviously, I think that we've gotten that message just now, but we've gotten that message through many other avenues in the last few months. And so it's clear to me that there's not a whole lot that we can add on to here. And also, we all participated kind of vigorously in this just however many months ago in preparing these goals. And I can't imagine any have changed significantly. We might drop some. And so my hope is, considering that it costs, and the fee schedule wasn't attached to the contract that was attached here, but I understood from the city manager it was about $16,000 to hire this neutral to come in. And is that right?
Yeah, the contract was for $30,000, conceiving of 2 strategic planning sessions, and we still have $18,000 remaining.
Okay. So I do think it's a great process, but I'm just not sure that we need it right now, considering, we're still working on everything and staff is overloaded. What I'd say is we have a more informal process using city staff to, invite the public to come down. We can do a quick strengths and weakness analysis to the extent that the public wants to give us their opinions about what our weaknesses are as a city, and we need that feedback and so on and so forth. And then we can go through, update these. And what I'd say is, as the council members preparing for the strategic planning, maybe just think of those things that temporally we really need to get on the radar of the city now, because there's some reason why it shouldn't wait until some later date to put onto the strategic plan. So for example, if there's grant funding available currently, okay, we want to put it on there. And what I also suggested to Mike privately was maybe we also go through, as part of the strategic planning exercises, a review. I don't think we've done it with this council yet, but everybody choose one project that's already funded in the queue and the like, that's the priority project they want to see, or priority item that they want to see done in the next year or two, so that that staff has that clear direction from council on the priority projects. But that's pretty much it from my standpoint.
That was on the CIP.
Sure, on CIP stuff, yeah.
Well, I do think we need to address this. I think there's things that have changed since our last one that aren't reflected in here that we should at least take a look at as a council. And I don't want to debate it here because this isn't the strategic planning session, but just having gone to the council of mayors and hearing what other cities are doing to balance the impact of housing mandates, for example. Nothing in here that's even like that. And if we don't do it, you can see the rules are getting more and more onerous if we don't take action that helps protect ourselves from not from these happening, but how we balance the impacts of them. Then we're going to continue to lose out while other cities are moving forward.
So do you need a mediator,
No.
strategic planner here to tell us all what you
No, I
want to
think,
do?
but that may not fit. Maybe it's under economic vitality, but it's not in one of the goals that are there. And that's just one example. The other thing that I would like to discuss at the offsite is, I know this has been a format the council has used for years. I don't think it's a bad
criticism.
My one criticism or concern with it is when we meet the letter of what the objective says, we close it where the objective had a reason for being there, and it may have legs after we get that report or recommendation, and then we just drop it. We just say done, rather than tracking it through the actual accomplishment of what was the original goal of putting that objective on there.
So fair point. Looking at number 3, it says complete redesign engineering studies needed to construct a new public boat launch and present the results to City Council for review. So it's marked done, but certainly there's another step there. So we could just update that item, right?
And I think that's the logical thing. It would be to identify, specifically using that objective as an example, what's the next phase? The next phase is going to be to report the results back of our grant application to Department of Boating and Waterways. Now that may or may not happen inside of the next framework, 6 to 12 months. It hopefully will, but that would be the next logical step. And I think that's the kind of thing we would look at. We would go through each of these objectives if we did the abridged version of this, I'm sort of postulating here, and we would look at each of them and say which ones would logically have a follow-on action, and in many cases already have a follow-on action happening logically by staff or through council follow-up direction, and then we would codify that and update the plan to reflect that next step. I think that would be part of this exercise.
Okay, yeah, as long as you're open to that, because my concern is, you keep saying this is what drives your staff's activity.
It is.
And we say it's done, we don't expect, at least
And
I
I'd
don't
like to
expect that
codify the next
because we've
step.
answered what we're going to do at the boat ramp. Now we're done. And we can
Right,
kick
and
back
I'd like to
go.
codify the next step too, because that work continues and suddenly now it's in the ether and we're just doing it because it's the obvious
And I think
next
it's
step.
good to record it here because then you see that there's still remaining work.
Right.
We're not done.
We haven't built the boat launch yet.
Right. I do defer, we have 2 new council members on here who haven't been through this process, so I think it's important for you to weigh in on this. But before that, Councilmember Barrett, you have your hand up.
I do, thank you, and thanks. I was a little reluctant when this referral was first made, but I could see the merit of examining it now, especially after looking at the long list. I would say I'm inclined towards kind of the slimmed down informal approach. I agree with the mayor, and it sounds like the city manager has addressed. Keep these items on here where there is a logical follow-on. The boat ramp's not done. A lot of work's been done. There's more to do. Fortunately, I think both council members, Waller and Castle, were at a strategic planning session because I recognize some of these items.
Oh, were you there? Yeah. Okay,
Yes.
and then I withdraw my comment.
Yes, so they were there.
We can talk now.
We approved it in June, and I think the strat planning session was in April before that? Yeah, it was April 29th, so.
Yeah, so they were there. And
29 days.
Yeah.
Okay, 29 days under your belt, that's right.
They were fully read in at that point.
Yeah.
Thank you for correcting me.
Sure, and I mean, there still are a whole lot of items on here. I do agree with what was said by Councilmember Abaji. If there's something that is time sensitive, temporal, there's a grant, there's funding, this is something we should do now. It ties into another activity. Maybe it needs to be on here, at least considered to be on. And I do believe in, just from what we've seen and heard, and we know this because now we're all kind of embedded with staff in a lot of ways ourselves, they are at full capacity and running around. And my concern is if we add on more, which sometimes happens at the larger event because there are a lot of things that need to be done, then it thins out staff and we're not getting, they can't be everywhere at the same time. So maybe we're not getting, I don't want to say we're not getting the highest quality. We're just not getting as much done on the items that actually are on here because then staff's chasing down the newest thing. With respect to the Conference of Mayors, I am interested in hearing what was said and getting the download on that. Yet being cautious about what we add on because there's a whole lot of things that we could add on this list, just especially with everything that we've learned through conferences. And I know Councilmember Waller is now very active in Cal Cities and has ideas and was at the technology event and the other council members. So I just point that out of, if we do the informal thing, let's keep it lean, so to speak, and judicious. So anyway, those are my thoughts and reactions after reflecting on it.
Yeah. I'm not saying you should adopt everything I heard at council of mayors, but I would like to talk that with you guys and see what rises to, if anything rises to the top.
Absolutely. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, let's see. Councilmember Abaji is your, okay. Councilmember Castle.
So I agree with Councilmember Abaji. I think this turn of the strategic plan, we could do a slimmed down version. But to your point, I think there are some things like the new housing laws that we need to incorporate into our strategic plan, and we can talk through those issues and see what the priorities are that would best fit the city. But I think for this round, we probably don't need to bring in the outside expert do it and just keep it, slim down, update it for things that we've accomplished because, to your point, staff has been running at 110%, and we have crossed a number of items on our strategic plan off. So we just need to update that with the next steps, but I think we can do it at least one turn on our own.
My one question on that is who would do you need somebody to be the recorder.
Yeah, sadly, I think it's probably going to be a combination of Luke and Jane listening. We may, try to deploy some resource from the clerk's offices and assist as well. There was a time when the clerk's office actually, did have that role. That I've been around long enough to have remembered that, as has Eleanor. So there's a way for us to do it. I'll probably tee up staff that have largely been involved with these work efforts to sort of present on status so you can get a primer and clearly understand what the logical next step or perhaps what the next step that's already in motion is so we can codify it as a group.
Yeah, it helps to kind of have a running thing. It doesn't have to be the exact final wording, but at least we all have the same thing in mind when we leave the meeting.
Yeah, and I think we'll try to do perhaps maybe more prep on our end going into it in that regard, just to make sure that everybody's clear on kind of what's helpful there so we can inform your discussion. And obviously my recommendation strongly would be it's a standalone meeting. It's as early in the day as you're willing to take. That helps our team, just be available and alert and fresh, because I think they will be a little more engaged collectively. A lot of this work tends to land on me. If there's a facilitator where, I'm listening to what you're all saying and then I'm trying to react to it, this will probably involve a little more presenting from staff, which...
And what were your 2 dates?
Well, I mean, and again, we're not married to these. We can wait if it makes more sense, but we have 2 extra Tuesdays in March, the 24th and the 31st. Those are nights we expect to be dark from a business calendar standpoint.
I don't have my calendar.
Yeah, those are Tuesdays. So those would be logical choices. You're all pretty well akin to a Tuesday being a city day. So that's why I suggest it.
But you want to start it earlier in the day?
Ideally, as early as you're all willing.
Okay.
I'd like to.
You said which date?
Either the 24th of March or the 31st, if there's a preference.
I would prefer the 31st, because my wife's out of town on the 24th, so I have the baby alone.
Don't just bring the baby.
Yeah,
That's it.
bring the baby.
Councilmember Waller.
Real abridged.
Okay, kids, it's totally fine.
Yeah, 31st, on our end, 31st works just as well as the 24th. So,
Sounds good.
Going backwards in the order of questions, either Tuesday is fine by me. As early as you need, it's fine by me. So answering that one first is easy. I'm good skipping the consultant this time. Quite often, in my experience, I'm sure a lot of the staff experience, people have done this many, many years, the consultant helps tell you what you already know, and it's just they're there, and it's like, well, they said it, therefore it must be true, even though you kind of knew it ahead of time. And I'm not getting the feeling that like your priorities are wildly different from my priorities. So I think the fact that we are all a little bit more cohesive, and then the only other time I would maybe want to see the consultant is if staff feels like they're not getting heard and we need the consultant to make sure staff is doing that. But if staff is saying, let's not do the consultant, we're good, we want to be part of this and do it, I'm happy to skip the consultant. I don't think we should go too long without the consultant, again, just because having that outside person sort of changed the dynamic a little bit. But on the school board, I think we did a consultant every single year, and it was like, I got to know. It's like, okay, I know what they're going to say now, and I know what this is going to happen next. And I think it's good to change things up. And maybe after this contract, could be a different consultant, just so we get somebody else with a slightly different rhythm.
Yeah, or we test this and see how it goes, and then we decide if we, need a facilitator the next time. Like you said, I think doing it once as an intermediary, perhaps, maybe we get into a rhythm where every 3 years when we do goal setting, we have a consultant, or, there could be a few different ways to look at it. But we haven't done this before. This will be if the council as a whole feels comfortable with this will be a new, we'll pilot it, we'll try it, and we just need to probably maintain flexibility in the future. See how it goes.
I think it would help if you volunteered for those that are done, that have a next milestone, to put in what you think the next milestone is, so we can just bless that or change it in the meeting versus discuss it?
Yeah, I agree. That's what when I said prep work, I think in a sense, we would be kind of drafting some of the logical next steps and probably bake it in what we're, by council direction and administrative action, we're already working on, so we could just reflect that. And then if it's kind of a TBD or unknown, we can leave that blank and you can all coalesce around something.
Okay. Let's see, Councilmember Obaji.
And one thing Councilmember Barrett and I discussed was if we did this in-house this time, at the end of the session, we could decide when's the next time we want to do strategic planning. We could do it in 6 months, we could do it in 1 year, and we could bring the consultant back at that time. So,
yeah,
that's all.
Okay.
And the other upside is we save money. I mean, that's the other upside.
Do you want to make a motion?
Move to proceed as discussed.
Second.
Is that all you need?
And one other piece to that, we need to ask that you receive and file the updates to the strategic plan as we do typically for the
Thank
consent
you, and
item.
receive and file the updates to the strategic plan.
And
scheduled for the 31st.
31st
of March.
31st.
1 o'clock? What are you recommending?
What works for you? I mean, it's earlier the better from, staff really like early. So whatever you all thinks
What time, Scott?
works for you.
Yeah, thank you. What time do we typically do the strategic plan in the library?
I think it's been typically 2 or 3. There was a time when we used to do it as a morning session. We did it all day during the day. The community struggled to come down. You'd have a few folks, we
would do this one in chambers or at the library?
we opened the meeting here and we recessed to the
We would still go.
library, and then we would, and it was a day exercise. The council would kick it off at like 9 in the morning.
Now, are you recommending we do it here on the 31st in this room?
I still think it makes sense to do it in the library.
Do it in the
Yeah,
library?
we need to open the meeting here. We always have to do
Okay.
that, as you know, but I think the library is the better venue.
Okay, two or 3 is fine.
Yeah.
Whatever works for you all.
I mean, would
I'd
one
like
be
it
better?
early. I mean,
One
I think
would be
2's
great,
good.
but you all have day
Well, I mean,
jobs
for
too,
staff
so
to have more time. That's the,
it's your call.
Let's meet in the middle at 2.
okay.
I don't think it'll take us as long.
Yeah.
I hope.
Does that work for everyone, 2 o'clock on the 31st?
That's what we're discussing.
Works better than 2 a.m.
Okay. So we have the motion, I think, 2 o'clock, the 31st plus receive and file.
And a second.
And we had a second? Second? All for it?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Going down to O, city manager items.
Yeah, 2
Anything?
items this evening, Mayor. Well, 3, I guess. Just a reminder, I mentioned it last week. You do have a special meeting scheduled for next week. You'll adjourn.
An adjourned meeting.
It's going to be an adjourned, yeah, I should call it by its proper name. It will be an adjourned regular meeting at a unique time. I think we're starting that at 1 o'clock here next Tuesday. We'll adjourn here in a second of that. Just a reminder. 2 things. I was away a couple days last week at the Cal City City Managers Conference. It was a great conference, had several, I thought, unique sessions tailored to administration. We had, of course, AI was a topic. We had kind of culture dynamics was a big topic this year. Some takeaways that I may start to incorporate in future city manager reports. I was particularly impressed by. We might be working on those things internally a little bit. Some sessions on just, fatigue, staff awareness, ironically, the impacts of cortisol in your life, which is kind of a unique session from a kind of a physiologist that was there. So really enjoyed the conference, good networking, good result. Visited the Oxbow Market Hall, which I've shared with a few of you privately, which relates to some of our work down on the waterfront. So I took some photos, so I've got that for you all at the next appropriate time. But appreciate the time away, appreciate the deference and allowing me to do that, and had a good session there. And then the other item's a little bit bittersweet. Word's getting out, you are all aware, but we are losing our Waterfront and Economic Development Director, Greg Kapovich, to a new opportunity closer to home for him. He'll be moving on to the city of Signal Hill as their Community and Economic Development Director. It's kind of in his backyard and some unique opportunity there for him. We will be working through kind of a transition plan over the balance of this week. I'll be making a more formal announcement on next steps, or interim steps, I should say, in the next couple of days. But business will continue, and we will start a recruitment for Greg's replacement here in the next month or so, and we'll see how things go. So that's my update. And I should say, Greg's done a tremendous job for us in his 4 years here. He was one of my first hires as city manager. The needs of the department, it's funny, it's clearly someone has accomplished what you asked them to do when the needs of the department have changed over their time here. When we brought Greg on, our need was planning, visioning, execution of kind of a new goal-setting process in the waterfront, set of objectives, shifting away from kind of the old philosophy. We also needed help supporting economic development initiatives. You might recall the ACAP, the RTG Aviation Corridor Area Plan, was Greg's project. Ultimately passed that baton on to planning, but it was really Greg working with Sean Scully at the time who put that document together. So we had big planning need, and now we have big transaction, real estate activity, operation need. That's the shift, because we've accomplished a lot of what we set out to do over the last 4 years. So in reflecting on his time, while it feels short and it went by quick, in many respects, a lot was done, and we're very grateful for his time here and his contribution to the city of Redondo Beach, and in particular our waterfront. So we'll miss Greg, but we wish him very well going forward.
So I want to double down on that, having been a harbor commissioner under the former director, and then Greg coming on board. And I would say Greg was a breath of fresh air and kind of I don't think we'd be where we're at today on the waterfront with all the momentum that's built up without the transition over to Greg. And so he's done a great job. I'm personally going to miss working with him on a regular basis. So, but looking forward to, who might be the next successor and working with them to keep moving the harbor forward.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Let's see, referrals to staff. Councilmember Waller.
I have none.
Councilmember Castle.
I have none.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
None.
Councilmember Obaji.
Just two.
Just two.
BRRs though, BRR. So one is a BRR for the cost to conduct a parking study for Aviation Boulevard, south of Artesia Boulevard, relative to adding bike lanes there at the cost of street parking, including what grant opportunities could exist to fund the study or the addition of bike lanes. And
so just south,
south of Artesia Boulevard, Aviation, because talking with Ryan, I think north of it is Manhattan Beach Province. And then the second BRR, if you're ready for it.
Yeah.
If we could, actually, let's share 2B, because it's got a picture that's going to help significantly, and Paige will thank me for this. The cost to put mulch or vegetation or some sort of planting in this little space right here on Flagler and
Ripley,
yeah. So it's just
you
got
don't
this
like the asphalt?
Space. What's that?
You don't think the asphalt's pretty?
Yeah, the asphalt. It's just like curved off asphalt. Like something should go there. Maybe some two-foot box trees if it doesn't block visibility.
Oh, yeah.
Just something there. But I realize that could be expensive if you're trying to get water there and
It
so
could.
on and so forth.
You give us some deference and flexibility options.
Cheapest beautifying addition, ideally environmentally friendly.
Not pollinator fountains.
Yeah, like maybe it's a cheap pollinator fountain surrounded by mulch and no water other than the pollinator fountain. But then you have water.
Thank you for remembering this. I was thinking about this the other day.
Yeah.
Since we're talking about beautifying small corners, there's also one at the corner of South Juanita and Camino Real. That's
I've spoken to the city manager about that one.
Okay.
BRR on that
yes,
too.
I have hopefully it's not a BRR, right?
All right. Cool. That's it. Thank you.
Just to let you know, somebody put seeds there, but the ground is so compacted they didn't take.
And we just need to get the irrigation. If irrigation is working there, then next steps.
So that's South Juanita and Camino Real, Councilman?
Yes. It's the by the park.
We can do a twofer on that BRR.
Okay.
Okay, is that it, Councilmember Barrett?
None.
And I have none tonight.
Okay.
Okay, we're not going to go back to closed session because we actually got everything done, which was great. So, where am I? I'm trying to get to adjournment, but, okay. So, let's see, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second, all four? Aye. Anybody opposed? Okay, We are adjourned to an adjourned regular meeting to be held, as we discussed earlier, at 1 p.m. open session on Tuesday, February 24th, 2026, right here in council chambers. So again, that's different. We're starting at 1, and it's an adjourned regular meeting of the city council. Thank you and good night.